In 2021, as you know, this larger interdisciplinary research program was established here at NTNU. And it was and remains a great strategic importance to our university. And at that moment, I was actually a member of the rectorate, so I was actually part of this very, very important decision at that time. And the ambition was quite clear: to help transform society and to strengthen NTNU's role as a provider of knowledge and expertise for sustainable development. And I think we have kept our focus on sustainability for many years now. And even in a world marked by extremely geopolitical tension and conflicts, this initiative has kept its focus. And it has also kept its momentum. And one of the great strengths of the initiative has been its broad perspective when it comes to sustainability. Looking at the bigger picture, looking at how things affect another, and perhaps more importantly, facing the problems and challenges of the world, which is complex, it's interconnected and full of trade-offs. Take hydropower, for example. Do we have to choose between protecting nature and developing renewable energy? This is a question, as you know, we have discussed very many times. What trade-offs do we face when environmental measures around hydropower have to be prioritized? And how will climate change affect water temperatures in Norwegian rivers and lakes? And what does sustainable hydropower mean in Norway compared to other countries such as Malaysia? The PhD project have given us valuable new knowledge on these questions. They have also contributed to better methods for understanding them. Another example I would like to mention is plastics. The SusRes project have helped map the entire Norwegian plastic cycle. Around 15,000 tons of plastic are released into Norwegian nature in the course of a single year. And the sources are not only packaging we throw away, they also include microplastics from the tires of heavier vehicles. And when we understand the scale of a problem, it becomes easier also to ask another important question: what can we actually do about it? And what measures are likely to work? I would also like to mention another example, and that is life in Norwegian waters. When we look at 159 years of observations, only 3% of our records come from depth below 500 meters. At the same time, the extraction of seabed minerals is becoming an extremely important topic in the geopolitical discussions nowadays, especially in a world where the supply of rare metals and rare earth elements is becoming an area of competition between global actors and global countries. So what is the most sustainable thing to do when we know so little about life in the deep sea? And this is not only an academic question. It has reached the Norwegian Parliament, and also it's important in the European discussions nowadays. And that shows how research and new knowledge can shape the basis for public debate and political discussions as well. I also would like to mention another cycle we need to understand, and that is the life of materials in our cities. Here in Trondheim, for example, Enormous quantities of resources are gathered in our buildings. So we need to think carefully about how and what our buildings contain, and what happens to those materials when buildings are changed or demolished. A large share of Trondheim's younger building stock is demolished long before the end of its expected service of life. How we build the cities and the quality with which we build is therefore important as well. It is important for good urban development, but it's also important for saving resources. And if we want a truly circular city, we need a functioning market for reused building materials. Materials need to be available when we build, when we renovate, and change our buildings. Our surroundings also affect our health and well-being in many ways, from green spaces and public areas to housing, accessibility, and the design of our neighborhoods. Understanding these connections can also help us create better and more sustainable environments, better digital solutions, and better policies. Here too, the SusRes projects have built up valuable knowledge. It is perhaps not new to you that there are also contradictions in Norwegian climate and environmental policy, but it's still important to point them out and contribute to a discussion based on fact and updated knowledge. Research can also help us identifying inconsistencies between what is said by the authorities and what do they want to achieve and what is the practice nowadays. One example is the Sitka spruce. It's legal to plant Sitka spruce, while at the same time the environmental authorities are working to limit the spread of the species. Because the measures we put in place to solve one problem should not create another problem or nullify another problem. Sustainability is also about us as human beings. It's about how sustainability is understood, how it is communicated, how it is embraced, and how it is challenged in culture and society. This matters especially when large collective efforts are required from all of us. So what stands in the way of such efforts depends, among other things, on how we understand human beings as social and cultural creatures as well. So sustainability, as you all know very well, is not one single thing. And I could go on forever making and presenting new examples and so on. But the bottom line is, dear all of you, to all of you that have contributed to all these 11 remarkable research projects, and I want to mention all of them. It's SUS Hydro, it's SUS Land Use, it's Maple, Sweet Spot, Triple Deep, HolE-LIB, Circular City, Sustain DIT, Swell Narcissus, and Interdisciplinary Cooperation Project. Apologize if I spelled or pronounce it a little bit wrong. But anyway, thank you for all these efforts and all your contribution. I am highly impressed by what we have achieved and what you have achieved. I'm proud of your contributions, and I also want to especially thank Stig and Helge Brattebø which has been very important for the whole project and during the years. From the very beginning, the SusRes initiative has been a broad investment in sustainability research that in various ways contributes to impact. Impact to all of you when it comes to new knowledge, but even more important, impact to make a more sustainable society. And that was in the very strategy when we started. And it's also very much in line with the strategy that we have today our new strategy of NTNU towards 2035. So this very, very important initiative that I hope that you will talk loudly about outside NTNU as well. It has resulted in research, in innovation, in education and impact for society. And together, all of this has been an invaluable contribution. And together, I must also say that this very important initiative and project and program has lived up to NTNU's vision, knowledge for a better world. So on behalf of NTNU, I would like to thank all of you for your contribution and the work that you put into this. Thank you for your research. Thank you for your supervision. Thank you for all the challenges that you have met during the research program, and thank you for the collaboration. And finally, thank you all for contributing to a more sustainable future. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Toril for that brilliant teaser for the rest of the day. So now I would like to invite a person up to the stage, and we can call him Mr. Sustainability. He has contributed to establish the first study program in industrial ecology in the world. He has been the director of NTNU Sustainability and my boss for quite some years. And he has also been the founding father of SusRes. And we thought we would start with a little warm-up exercise where Helge and me, who have been collaborating quite closely on SusRes, reflect a bit on how did it start and are there some lessons to be learned in the future. So Helge, please.
Thank you, Stig. I would take the microphone, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I have to put on my jacket because it's an important day, right? After having been retired for 3 years. And I guess I need the manuscript as well. Thank you, Stig. It's nice to be back.
Yep.
And nice to see so many people that I've also been working with over years.
Good. So, Helge, this was a wake-up from the very slow retirement life you are living. So, but if I know you correctly, you are up to speed. Let's start with a time travel back to 2022. That it's not many years ago, but in some senses, it's a very long time ago. Could you just explain how was the situation when we actually got this program running?
Well, actually, it was not 2022. I guess it started back in January 2020 when Anna Borg, she had just entered as rector, stated, I want sustainability to be on the top priority for NTNU. Quality, one NTNU, and sustainability. And I was at that meeting and I asked myself, that's good, but how to do that? So obviously sustainability had to be dealt with in a very different way in education, which is not easy. And also I thought, okay, why not copy what NTNU did 4 years earlier, namely develop a program with 40 PhDs in ICT areas. And I suggested that to in a meeting to the Prorector for Research, Bjarne Foss. I said, this is my wet dream, to get something like that on sustainability. And well, I didn't hear anything for a couple of months. And then I got a feedback. They had been discussing that in the rectorate, and I'm sure you was there, Toril. And so Bjarne said, well, maybe we could think more of that. And I suggested, well, couldn't the leader group in NTNU Sustainability, the TSO Sustainability, develop a memo trying to clarify what is inside this as an opportunity? And that was taken. And after a while, the research committee for research, the Central Research Committee said, we develop this further. And finally, the rector approved. And then professors were invited to submit proposals early in 21. And then it started in 22 with funding from the Ministry of Research and Higher Education and with substantial own funding by NTNU. So 30 PhD students in the STEM areas and another 17 actually became in social sciences, humanities, and so on.
And as I remember, I think we created some gray hairs in the Central Research Committee because it was quite a job to select these
unfortunately, they did also the evaluation of the proposals. I hadn't the chance to do that, and I was happy for that.
So what was the criteria that was used to select these?
There were 3 criteria. First of all, it should be interdisciplinary. It should involve at least 4 PhD students in each of the projects and from different departments and faculties. And then it was the scientific content, and we sketched something that it should be systems oriented. It should try to examine not just the problems here, but understand why and responses to actions. And it should include also the aspects of how to facilitate a change, because you don't just need problems with possible solutions, but those solutions should be able to be implemented. And that means dealing with actors, with people, with behavior, and so on. So that was some of them. And then finally, there was criteria that, those who were awarded grants should commit themselves to involve in dissemination, popular science dissemination to the society, and in trying to get more funding for spin-off projects.
So when you saw the 11 projects that actually got funding, what were your initial thoughts?
First of all, our here is much more than what I anticipated could come, much wider. I saw 11 projects with good people in charge. So of course that was very important, made me happy. And I saw an agenda behind here that was not necessarily coherent in total, but certainly with coherence inside each of the projects. And then I understood that they aimed to be interdisciplinary, and I thought, here is also a challenge. And maybe some of the projects had ambitions for interdisciplinarity that they might struggle with, because that's not straightforward easy to obtain true interdisciplinarity when people are not working, sitting together on a daily or weekly basis. But I was happy.
Good. So, Helge, you have something you would ask me?
Yeah, of course. If we return to how the program was organized, because this was something special, what were the core elements?
So, based on what Helge has said, there were 3 leading stars. One was, of course, a broad approach to sustainability, focusing on the system effects. One other criteria was interdisciplinarity, and then impact, how to get in dialogue with society. And based on these leading stars, we identified 3 core activities. So, of course, the project leaders had signed up to the application and had some some directions for what the projects were going to focus on, but also for the PhD, these core activities were sort of guiding them in the direction of these three leading stars.
Let's start with the PhD course that everybody was supposed to take, or at least invited to take. How did that course come about?
Yeah, luckily we had been foresighted, so before SusRes was born, we actually had started discussions with several departments at NTNU, and the Department of Interdisciplinary Studies of Culture, they had actually a PhD course in sustainability up and running when SusRes came about. So then we adapted that course to this program, and the PhDs at SusRes, they could then take this course and also relate the sustainability challenges to what they were facing in their own projects.
Toril Hernes mentioned the aspect of complexity related to interdisciplinary, let's say, actions. And also, of course, interdisciplinarity itself was also a core aspect there. But how was that dealt with? And why did you choose to put such a strong focus on it?
Well, all has heard about the concept of wicked problems, and to have many disciplines working together, that is a central focus to solve challenges. And at NTNU, we have quite a lot of activity. So our signature course at NTNU, Experts in Team, we have a lot of expertise on this. So it was a quick mix to involve Experts in Team into SusRes, and then they offered a seminar on interdisciplinary collaboration. And this was kind of not the full Experts in Team package, but it gave the students a room to discuss how to work better interdisciplinary within their own project. So all the way we've been focusing on maximizing the utility value for the individual projects with these core activities.
And then finally, the third element, which was outreach or training in dissemination, which was quite also visible as part of the program for some 2 years, I guess. Was that developed from scratch, or how was that dealt with in the beginning?
Yeah, luckily NTNU was part of the National Initiative Researcher Grand Prix, which was financed by the Research Council. And then we had experts that were trained in facilitating good outreach. So here's a picture from Dokkhuset, where one of the candidates speak about bacteria cultures on drifting plastics in the ocean, I think. Sorry for being so unprecise, but I think that was the general topic. And we then developed this package, which is quite extensive actually, amounting to around 20 hours plus minus. And then the big exam was then a presentation at Dokkhuset with a live audience and stream. And one of the persons very involved in this is sitting in the audience. So Randi, thank you for the effort you put into this. And that was sort of the sum of these core activities that we had in the program.
I remember I was attending, I guess, all of those presentations in Dokkhuset, and I was really impressed about on short time, young people not trained in dissemination did a very, very good job. Yeah. Explaining much better than professors could do. Stig, that was, I guess, the elements of the program. Yeah. That was spent so much time to develop.
Yeah, it was. So you have spent a long life in sustainability, seen from different angles. So what would you say are the most important factors when it comes to how research can increase its impact in society? We'll come back to this in the panel discussion, but just some reflections.
Yeah, that's a challenging question. I guess, first of all, to have an honest obligation and motivation for what you're doing. But of course, such research is not straightforward, so it needs to be done by well-qualified people, quality, and relevance. And the relevance is about, of course, you need both to combine fundamental research and applied research, but in order to solve or try to minimize some of the problems that are difficult to deal with, it needs to be also transdisciplinary. It needs to be close to users, close to problems owners. So it means that the researchers need to work in a fairly different way. So you need to be focusing on quality. You have to focus on collaboration across disciplines and with the users. And also you need to understand clearly some of the systems dimensions here, because we deal with systems across scales, micro, macro, across disciplines, across space and time. So you do something in that is may have an effect in the short term locally, sorry, but will that also have the same positive effect long term globally? So the scaling in time and space is crucial, and we don't see that really, right? So it's difficult, and I guess that would be the main elements on how to succeed and then have an impact on society. And of course, relating to the planetary boundaries is important. So Toril Hernes just said that one of the characteristics was the broadness of sustainability is a criteria here. And explaining some of the success factors. And I agree to that, but still it needs to relate to the fundamental ecological challenges. Without the focus, clear focus on that as the core or in the periphery of what you are doing, not outside, you will not succeed in the long run. So the relating to the planetary boundaries, understanding them is important.
Yep, we are running a bit late, but Helge, finally, if you would have a fresh start to do this over again, so what would be your take on it?
I don't think I would have done much very different. If you would like to involve the university from top to down, you need to do it in a broad way. And within that broadness, with a focus. I think we designed something in a fairly good way. And after all, you cannot direct what researchers and PhD students should do. They will have to decide them themselves. That is ethically the only correct way, and motivation-wise as well. But maybe what I would have done is to put even more efforts into guiding, facilitating, giving support to each of the 11 projects on how really to succeed on the interdisciplinary collaboration part. And also, if I were in the rectorship, I would have said, be sure that the SusRes projects have additional support with competence. So we had that in the beginning, but after the TSO sustainability was ended, that support actually fell a little bit. But still, of course, there were good enough people around. But those, so doing much more or less the same, a little more support to sustainability and a little more support to the projects.
Thank you, Helge. That was all we had to cover in our little warm-up exercise.
And of course, I'm very interested in hearing what the students are presenting. So I've been out now for close to 3 years, but I know that what comes in the PhD project is nearly everything towards the end. So I'm really looking forward to that. And thank you so much for coming and giving your presentations today. Thank you.
Could I ask a question for the both of you?
Yes, a quick one, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a mic.
But you can take this one.
But I discussed a little bit with our rector, Tor, last day. I discussed a little bit with the rectorate and our rector, Tor, which actually was the pro-rector research at that time. Where are all these PhD students going after this project? Because impact, as you said, Helge. It's in the short term, it's the long term, and it's the competence of all of the PhDs. So we are very curious at the rectorate to hear, of course, about the project, but we are also very curious to see where will all of you, all of the PhDs, what will you do after this project? Are you continuing a career in the academia, or are you going into industry, or are you going into public sector to make a difference? And when you were asked by Stig, would you do something different? Are there something there in how to guide the PhDs in various career directions you could do differently, or are you satisfied with that as well?
I can briefly respond if I may, Stig. Very important. So the main and the most important investment is the investment in the young people and what they do afterwards. And I'm not up to date on where they are going. So maybe I can challenge the project leaders who will present later today to just give a comment on that. Where have the students gone afterwards? By experience, students come from different countries and they go back to different countries. Some stay and they go to various, let's say, professions. I guess most of the PhD students in these fields will continue in some kind of research. More than 50%, I guess. And then the remaining to the public sector and minority to industry itself, but consultancy and advanced consultancy and public sector. Stig, do you know more?
Yeah, well, as a matter of fact, most of the PhDs are not finished yet. So, but we will keep an eye on this, and we actually will this autumn also start a follow-up project, which will analyze the experiences from SusRes further on. So, yeah.
But I would certainly not recommend them to stay at university. At NTNU. Because NTNU's main obligation is to do something for the world, and so they have to go out.
Okay, enough from us was standing on the side. Now let's turn to the first session, where we have a merge of two of the SusRes projects, focusing on sustainable land use and hydropower. The slightly provocative questions we ask: sustainable land use and hydropower, a happy mix. So please, Eva, I guess you're up first.
Thank you, and thank you for organizing this great event, Stig, and giving us the opportunity to tell you what we have been doing, or a tiny thing of part of what we have been doing. I'm the leader, one of the leader of the Sustainable Land Use Project. I will give you a bit background about that, and then leave it to two of the PhDs to tell a bit more. The two other, they have, let's say, better things to do, which is good, because that means that they are not hanging around doing nothing. So this is a bit the background. There is a nature crisis globally. 1 million species at risk of extinction, of disappearing from the world. 75% of the land on Earth is heavily modified. It's not intact nature. It's something else than nature. And we also see the same in Norway. Very many threatened species, very little intact nature left in Norway. So that was the background for our project. How can we make a change so we actually have a nature which we actually depend on? In 2022, we got this Global Biodiversity Framework. Very good timing with the start of the projects. It shows to me how relevant this research, sustainability research program were, because things happen both in Norway and globally that were really on the core of what we were doing. The Norwegian government launched what we call Naturmeldinga, which is how Norway should follow up these obligations. So we got sort of a framework that was very, very good for our project. But it's also some challenges here. And I think our project have visualized these challenges very good. Tonje Somerset, she could not be here. She looked at some of the challenges from a more social way. And one of the big problems is that different people, different sectors have completely different views on what is a problem and what is not a problem. Illustrated with the Sitka spruce that Toril also mentioned. That is really important to be aware of when we try to find solutions. People may have different solutions on the same problem or different view of what is a problem. We also looked at how we are aware of if it is a problem. Nachar, she took the angle from the industry and looked at do they actually think that their activity is a problem? When we look at what the World Economic Forum's reports say, environmental issues are really the top challenges for the economy and for the society in the long run. But even among sectors that depend on nature, that harvest from nature, that uses nature in often destructive ways, they don't report that they have an impact on nature. They don't see that my activity is a problem for nature and that I depend on nature. So sustainability reporting seems to not really work very well at the moment, even if we have more and more demands from authorities, from EU, from the Norwegian authorities to do a thorough reporting. And I guess we will also hear about that from the SusRes. The final thing I will say is what we know about nature. What do we need to know about nature? These are two maps of the main source of information for nature. It's a map of the different nature types to the left, and it's a map of observations of different species to the right. And can we use this information to say something about how should we use and not use the nature? And luckily, we have those two PhD candidates today here that will tell more about that. So that was my brief introduction. I then give the floor to SusRes.
Thank you very much. My name is Tor Håkon Bakken. I'm the coordinator of SusRes. So first, to try to answer the question that was raised by Toril and Tor Grande about where do the PhDs go. So I don't have a full update after the summer, but I think two out of the 7 candidates will end up in SINTEF, and 2 are strong candidates for the environmental agency, and the 2 last ones I don't know. So just something briefly about SusRes. So this is the status today about renewable energy production and development of renewables. And this is the trend we saw also when we started the project and wrote the proposal. So you can see, and that is of course nice, it's an increasing share of renewable in the system, and especially solar and wind power is increasing a lot. And that also hydropower is actually increasing worldwide, not so much in Norway. Actually, it's a big hydropower project that is started up today, Freio, in Norway. But the fact that the energy system has a bigger share of solar and wind power, that will also change the operation of hydropower plants. So that is sort of the basic for the SUS hydro project. Another thing that's worthwhile noting is that sort of in order to back up solar and wind, reservoirs is a big asset because that can store energy. So it's a fantastic storage of electricity. So the reservoirs are very important, and that has been the focus in SUS Hydro. And here is an overview of what reservoirs worldwide are used for. And to the left there is the overview of these what's called single-purpose reservoirs that are used only for one purpose. And maybe it comes as a surprise, at least for the Norwegians, that the dominant use of single-purpose reservoirs is irrigation. So about 50% of the reservoirs worldwide are used for irrigation only. On the right side, you see what's called multi-purpose reservoirs that are used for more than one purpose. And I think it will be a shift in this situation in the future, that these reservoirs that are single purpose will also need to provide benefits also for other sectors. And that sort of illustrates that some clear social aspect or sector or cross-sectional aspect related to use of reservoirs. In Norway, all reservoirs are used for or are developed for hydropower production, but they also provide other types of benefits in Norway, even though they are classified as single purpose. Yeah, what more, climate change has of course been very, we have seen it very clearly in all of Europe and all over the world now. So that is also a dimension that we have had in mind, and some of the studies has investigated what happens with the water resources and the use of reservoirs in the future with climate change. So these reservoirs can be efficient to dampen floods when they are high extreme, but also reduce droughts and risk for the whole energy sector that we have seen. Yeah, you can also see the nuclear power plants very depend on access to water. And of course, for other types of sector, reservoirs are very important. And of course, hydropower production will be affected by reduced availability of water. But reservoirs are useful, but they are not only good. Reservoirs and hydropower production causes a lot of trouble too. So the Norwegian nature and also rivers worldwide are very much affected by river regulation for hydropower and other types of use. So we need to do something on this. So this is a big ecological or environmental challenge, and that's been very important for the research in SUS Hydro to try to find better solution and understand how reduced water flow, rapid variations in water flow, and also water level variations in lakes affect the ecology. You will hear more about that, I think. That's another sort of background of the whole research is this taxonomy, the need to report sustainable performance in companies. And there are at least two dimensions that's been important. It's to what extent hydropower emit greenhouse gases, and also if it's really green. So sort of the conflict with climate change issues and also nature issues. This is my last slide, I think. Just touching upon some of the results. I think, some of the studies has proven that hydropower will be an important enabler in a 100% clean energy system. What will be the role of hydropower in such a system dominated by solar and wind? We have worked on ecology and how will water level variations affect ecology, and how can we give good input to a transition of the energy system. Climate change has been addressed, and how can it be mitigated? You probably see something about this, and of course society and societal needs is always there, so we need to adjust them properly. Yes, then one of the PhD from the land use project.
This is very high. Can you still hear me from here, or should I adjust it? Okay, I think that's better. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. My name is Beatrice Trascau, and today I'll be talking to you about some of the results from my PhD project, which is looking at land use impacts on biodiversity. So when we think about land use, most often we picture something like this, the expansion of the cabin areas in Oppdal, or maybe the expansion of the infrastructure surrounding the E6 and other roads. But often the things that we tend to think of are local or relatively local, relatively small, and most often we tend to think of a very specific type of land use. But the reality is that land use changes are happening everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean all across the world, or across Europe, and also all across Norway. However, Norway does have the largest amount of land lost to construction in Europe, and that is per person per year. So we know that the changes are happening everywhere, most often simultaneously, and most often they can be harder to delimit than we actually imagine. So how can we even begin to understand what sort of impacts these land use changes have on biodiversity at a regional level? So as part of my PhD, I've been using remotely sensed land cover data together with biodiversity records from GBIF, which tend to come from citizen science projects. They also come from structured monitoring. And I've been combining these two to understand, first and foremost, where land use changes are happening, what kind of land use changes we are seeing, and whether we even have the correct or right amount of data to understand these impacts, or what kind of impacts land use may have on biodiversity. So in the first chapter of my PhD, we used the Corinne land cover product to quantify, first and foremost, land cover changes over the entirety of Norway since 2000. And we also looked at the overlap between where the land cover changes are happening and biodiversity records. So perhaps unsurprisingly, when we think about the types of land cover changes that are happening, we tended to find that those associated with forestry and urbanization were predominant across Norway. And then when we looked at the overlap with biodiversity records, we found some very interesting results. The first one was that biodiversity is less likely to be recorded in areas where land cover changes have already happened, if it is recorded at all. But if nothing had been recorded before, the likelihood that something will be recorded goes down significantly if a land cover change has already taken place. And this is despite the fact that biodiversity records have been increasing exponentially since the year 2000. So for the second chapter of my PhD, we took some of the lessons we learned in the first chapter. So we focused mostly on forestry and urbanization. We also focused on the two groups that tended to have the most biodiversity data available. And that may come to no surprise to some of you that it's birds and plants. And we wanted to see, given the little data that we have, what can we tell about dynamics? And so what we tended to find was that only urbanization had like an impact on biodiversity dynamics, and it tended to correlate with the decline in the temporal turnover of birds and increased nestedness. But that's not to say that other land cover changes do not have an impact. That mostly means that at the larger spatial grain that we used, some changes may be masked. And most importantly, we found that measures such as the amount of recording effort that has taken place in areas and how that changed through time tended to play a very important role when trying to disentangle what kind of biodiversity changes we are seeing. And we've talked a bit about where land cover changes have happened and how they overlap with biodiversity records, but what about the future? So for the third chapter of my PhD, we looked at areas that are planned for development using Nina's data set about future land use change areas. And this data set contains hundreds of thousands of polygons all across Norway that are planned for development. And so we wanted to see, given the fact that these areas are planned for development, how well recorded for biodiversity are they? How well do we understand what kind of impacts there will be? So for each area planned for development, we compared it to an analogous area where there is no plan to develop. And we looked at the number of species recorded, we looked at total number of records, the completeness of records. And across the board, we found that areas planned for development are less well surveyed than areas that are not planned for development. So what does this mean for the future? Well, the analyses I carried out for my PhD all seem to point to the fact that, well, land use changes are happening and they will continue to happen, but we don't seem to have the right data to understand the full impact of their consequences. So the data tends to be limited, it's biased to certain groups like birds and plants, it's of generally quite low quality, and it tends to be sparsely distributed in space and time. So what we need is that, I would say, biodiversity data collected as part of impact assessments is made available, publicly available through platforms such as GBIF. We do need more data, but it needs to be of higher quality, and it does need to fill in the gaps and the biases that we already have in the data. And we need a broader taxonomic picture. So, in short, in face of the double threat of the biodiversity and climate crisis, we can no longer afford to make management decisions based on data of not enough quality. Our current and future land use will impact biodiversity, but the extent and severity of those impacts will determine how life will look like for future generations in a changing climate. Thank you very much.
It's a long way from the back of the room. Hello, everyone. I'm François Lazarus. Apologies for my voice. It's going to do these weird things today. I'm also a PhD in this sustainable land use program. And today I'm going to focus on two chapters of my PhD, which have to do something with nature in Norway, or Natur i Norge, so as we call it here. It's a tool that's been used here in Norway, but I'm questioning a tool for what? What can it do to help management? So when you're out and having a hike, you might encounter different types of nature. They might look different to you, they might look the same, but these different nature types have different values. They can be very biodiverse, they can be biodiversity poor, but they can have also other sorts of benefits. Carbon sequestration, for example. They can also have many different species. These species might be shared across those nature types, they might be exclusive to one type of nature, they might also be threatened by extinction from our activities. But what's important is, how do we measure this? How do we know? How do we measure this biodiversity? How do we measure these qualities or these properties of those nature types? Because that can help us in managing, in making decisions. Where can we put this new E6 road, or where should we build this new housing project? In which type of nature? And this is, in Norway, one of the main tools for that is nature in Norway, or Natur i Norge, as I said. Here is a map around Trondheim. It's quite empty, still, the map. Some areas have been more or less collected for data, but it's mostly empty. It's roughly looking like this. It's a hierarchical system, so at the top you'd have the most broad, coarse nature types, and then you can go down this hierarchy and increase the level of detail of what's in there. Get to a more detailed nature type. And it incorporates plant species occurrences in combination with environmental factors. So that's how a single nature type is decided, by being out on the field and taking this data in. And now I want to talk about some programs that I've been using, or some data that I've been using to know whether NIN is useful in applied sciences. And this first program is ANO. It's a plant, it's a national monitoring program for plants that intakes also the plant data occurrence and the NIN system. And you can see that it covers most of Norway. And in addition to that, I used another program called Ecosystem Trøndelag that we at NTNU and the Jarvoll Center drive, which put an additional 30 points of data in this combination with ANO. And so what we looked at was what NIN could tell us about biodiversity. And the first thing that NIN reflected was local versus regional diversity. So you can see here that when we look at the commonness of an ecosystem, so how common it is out there, what we found was that the local diversity, so when you look at this point of habitat type, all of them had roughly the same diversity. But when you look at the regional level, then the most common habitat types also hosted most species. So it's not so easy as to say we're going to cut down forests, which are quite common, and we're going to be fine, because they host most biodiversity. They also hosted most threatened and most exclusive biodiversity. And in another chapter, I looked at if NIN could be used to predict areas where high biodiversity was found. And here on this graph, you have two lines, the green one and the red one, and it also with species commonness, so how common the species was. And we found that NIN ability to predict a species presence in a given area was determined by how common it was. And because threatened species are quite rare, we found that they were not very easy to predict. So in short, because I'm already over time, NIN reflects some regional biodiversity patterns, but at the local level, this is much more complicated. So when Beatrice talked about that these changes are happening locally, this is not a great sign. And also NIN struggled to predict where plants were present, and especially the rare species, which calls on how much can we rely on NIN to make good decisions about nature. And I want to end by saying that NIN looks at plants, but there are many more organisms out there that are not really directly taken into NIN and that may respond quite differently from plants or have different patterns of biodiversity than plants. Thank you.
Hello. So now it's my turn. My name is Hanne Krogsti. I'm an ecologist and I'm part of this SusRes sustainability project. So now we are moving from land and we are diving into the biodiversity of lakes and rivers. So for my PhD, the main question I've been asking is how can we make hydropower more environmentally sustainable? And I think we can look at this question by looking at how we could possibly avoid impacts. So that's maybe about the site selection, where are we building more hydropower? But we also have to think about how can we minimize, restore, or even offset the impacts from hydropower. So now I want to give a kind of a brief look at some of the ways I've been trying to answer this question in my PhD. So first, to avoid biodiversity loss, we need to know what we have and also where it is. And it would be great if we could just get these full coverage maps that shows us, right, where we have most species-rich areas, for instance. So for my first chapter, I've been building on this modeling framework that has been developed by many different researchers at NTNU from different fields. And we have been trying to do exactly this. So the pictures you see here, that is these maps that has been created for terrestrial biodiversity that has been delivered to the Environment Agency. And then what we have been doing in relation to the SusHydro project is to also try to create these maps, but for the aquatic biodiversity. So at this stage, we are now looking at running these models, and we're doing it only for central Norway, and we're working on validating the results. But I think this is a very interesting step forward, and it can be a very interesting tool also to help us make more informed decisions. And here I also want to mention, you're going to hear more about it later. We have another PhD that have been working on helping us to model the water temperature to also inform us here about where we expect to find species richness. We also need to minimize or restore, and in order to do that, we have to understand what happens to biodiversity when we regulate, and also why. And for another chapter, we did a bibliometric study, so a literature study, looking at what do we actually know when it comes to the impact of hydropower on the ecology in rivers, but also in lakes. And I think one of the interesting findings was that we know surprisingly little about the what and why when it comes to lakes, even if in Norway, our lakes and also dammed reservoirs are actually making up about 50% of the whole storage capacity in Europe. But still, we don't really understand that much about what is going on in these ecosystems when we regulate. And this is shown, for instance, by what kind of methods are used in the studies we have. So for lakes, we don't really have good ways to, for instance, optimize the hydropower in a way that can also take into account biodiversity. And we don't really have the tools to properly mitigate the impacts. While we at NTNU, we have a very long tradition working on hydropower, but as we can see, the focus have mainly been on rivers. So here we have quite advanced tools for how we can change how we operate the river flow so that it's, for instance, good for the fish. We do know some things about what happens when we regulate. And if you look at these pictures, they are from some lakes here in the Trøndelag region. You might guess that one of the major areas of impacts is in the shore zone of these lakes when we regulate. So in the shore zone, we find very diverse communities of invertebrates, insects, insect larvae often, that live there. And in one of my chapters, we also look a bit closer at what happens. And we care about invertebrates because they're an important building stone in the ecosystem. And we know that when we impact the shore zone and these communities, it can have cascading effects for the whole lake ecosystem. And this is what such a community can look like. So a lot of small creatures. So we decided then to gather some real-world data to help build this knowledge base that we are clearly still lacking. We sampled 6 lakes here in the region, 3 that were regulated and 3 that were not. And we wanted to look at, okay, so what happens with these invertebrate communities? Can they tell us something about what's going on in the lakes? And one of the interesting things that we found was that we actually, with the regulation, we change what type of species we have there. We change what kind of functions are present. So we saw that we lost the slow movers, we lost the species that were attaching themselves to the substrate, and we also lost a lot of species that were depending on vegetation. So in this picture, I've tried to show you some of these insect larvae that we can find. And if you can see, they all build these different cases to protect themselves. And it's often very specific what kind of material they will use. So one species might always use small stones to build, while others only prefer to use pieces of leaves, for instance. So if we then take away the vegetation, we take away the aquatic plants, we remove kind of the access to the shore zone vegetation, then we also lose a bunch of species. So we can also then reduce the diversity when we regulate. And this is a known consequence of hydropower regulation. And I think it is important because in the future we are going to ask more of hydropower. And if we want to be able to also take care of biodiversity, we need to know more about how we can then combine hydropower and nature. We need to know how we can minimize, restore, or offset the impacts. And as a final point, I think that for me, my main takeaway from working on this topic has been that if we want to improve sustainability in hydropower, we have to find ways to maintain biodiversity. And that is because we know that diverse communities are also more robust, and we need these robust functioning ecosystems into the future for us, but also to make sure that these ecosystems can actually handle climate change, for instance. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Lennart. I'm sure you've all read the title by now, so we go right ahead because we're already a bit delayed. I'm pretty sure all of us have been getting used to these heat maps in Europe almost every summer. It looks a bit like this. Similar effects can happen in rivers and lakes. For example, in Gaula last year, it was so warm that we had to prohibit fishing. This general topic of water temperature is what I'm working on today. And here's like the main outline or scope of the PhD. So basically, climate change changes not only hydrology and water balance, but it also changes the water temperature. In turn, hydropower production and hydropower operation has also effects on rivers and lakes and changes the temperature in certain ways that we don't really know much about. And this compound effect, in turn, will have an effect on biota, as we've seen from the biologists beforehand. So the research questions that I would like to answer in these few minutes I have are the following. First, can we predict water temperatures? Does that work from a modeling perspective? Then, can we assess how climate change will change water temperature? And then at the end, can we also build in the hydropower into this to model the compound effect? So to answer the first question, yes, we can model it. Otherwise, I would not be standing here today and talking about it. We tested it first on like smaller spatial scales, individual rivers, small stations. Then to work together with Hanne, we expanded to like a whole region that also worked fairly fine. And currently I'm working on a model that encompasses all the rivers, even small tributaries in the whole mainland Norway. Yes, then we go straight to the results, which I like the most. How will climate change impact the river temperatures? So here on the right side, you see the Gaula River, the whole network, and you see changes for certain periods relative to a reference period. Who is not familiar with RCP 4.5 and SSP scenarios, basically the RCP would mean that humanity behaves somewhat naughty, and SSP 3.7 is we are very naughty. And we see that the changes are quite significant. In Gaula, the average temperature yearly is maybe 9 degrees or so. So then an increase of between 1 and 4 degrees can be quite significant. So that's one of the major results. What we also see is here that the changes in low-level tributaries and in the main river, they are the largest. This one we skip. Yes, so now to the most interesting hydropower aspect. To explain this, first we have to go a little bit back to how hydropower works in reservoir hydropower. Basically, we divert water away from the main river course. So we take it out of the reservoir through the hydropower plant, and then it comes back downstream. That means that in the bypass reach, we have very little water in comparison. And we also change the timing, of course, because we can save the water in the reservoir. So now we zoom in to the regulated part of Gaula. So you see again the river network and the change between a natural case, like what Gaula would look like if it's natural, and then compared to the hydropower regulation. So we see that in all the stretches where the water is diverted, water will warm up a bit more, especially in summer. You see this basically in all the reaches that are colored red. And then in turn, downstream of the hydropower plant, we can see a cooling effect. For this, we had to use many assumptions, so this is somewhat coarse. And yes, the interesting bit about that it's colder downstream is that if we have really hot drought periods in the main river, that then we might have a chance to cool down certain heat events by using hydropower in a smart way. Yes, so the main takeaways of my presentation today are that yes, it's possible to model water temperatures on many different scales. Climate change will definitely alter thermal habitat conditions for many species. And hydropower has varying impacts. It depends a lot on where in the system you're looking at on the water temperature. Yes, thank you.
Hi, good morning. So I'm coming from a social science perspective of hydropower development, so I will be mostly talk about people. So my topic today is sustainable hydropower is an ongoing process. Why do I say this? So we can see what I'm trying to send out the message today is that sustainable hydropower is not a fixed concept. It changes when we have new knowledge and when people contested our understanding or previous understanding about sustainability. So when we have new requirements from the EU taxonomy or Water Framework Directive, or people vote differently in the ballot box, it changes how society perceives sustainability. And then I want to also introduce another different lens. We need to also look at hydropower from a long-term perspective, because they are going to be there they are being built to last for decades, and it will continue to need to be governed, it need to be maintained and upgraded. So we need to look at hydropower dams, especially that take up huge, large land areas to take into account their impacts on people and the environment for over a long period of time. So for this researcher who have done hydropower research for a long term, he concluded that like what we think is beneficial for short term, it may be causing harm for a long term. So we need to rethink how we do our cost-effective analysis for hydropower planning in the future. Because of this long-term perspective, it is, for me, it will, like indigenous people's long-term relationship with the land and river is a good point to entry into understanding the impact of hydropower dams on their life in the long term. So a lot of people in Norway know this picture because it depicts the Alta-Saken protest from the Samis people's perspective on how water and river should be used for electricity generation. But what happened after the Alta Dam protests? I'm not going to talk about what will happen to the social movement, but it's more about how do the indigenous people live with these dams and the infrastructures that is situated on their land they continue to use for their reindeer practices. So I talked to several Sami reindeer herders, and then what stands out most prominently from their our interview is that because they use the land mainly based on their reindeer center practices. So what happened when the dam is continued, they work on the land where the dams is situated. So an elder South Sami who have experienced the land before the valley is dammed and after the valley is dammed for hydropower development, she said that when you lose your landscape, you lose your identity. So it continues to haunt you for a long time. I have heard about this kind of story when I went to a meeting with the Sami people. They talk about how they have experienced a lot of mental stress when they lose their land. And because of this relationship, they have to, they have faced a lot of pressure from the, a lot of development because of like cabin development and road. It's not only hydropower. But what about people who have grown up when the dam is already there? So there is also a Sami reindeer herder who told me that he had an experience when they drained the hydropower dam for refurbishment. This is the first time when he saw that the land area is being taken to build this dam. It has changed him drastically because he didn't know how much land is being taken to build this hydropower dam before. He has grown accustomed to this reservoir when he grown up, and now he sees it for the first time that the reindeer also remember this old migration road, and then the valley came back to green just for one summer. And then they are able to see the heritage site that was previously submerged under the river, now that it came back to life. But now, after the refurbishment work, the valley is being dammed up again, and then all this heritage site is experience another time of being washed by this water. So for him, the hydropower development in Norway is not environmental friendly because it takes up a lot of land area. So for now, Norwegian government is conducting a lot of license condition revision, but they are mostly focusing on environmental conditions. So for the plant that is built more than 50 years ago, there is this chance to review the conditions of the license where you can impose certain conditions to improve the environmental situation in the river basin. But it is not so much focusing on how do we address the social and cultural impacts of this long-term hydropower dam that is being built for a long time. I can see that there is still a lack of platform for people from different groups to talk about the social impact. It's not so much about continually generating electricity for the greater good of the society, but it's more on the special needs that is being catered for different group of people. So, yeah, that will be my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so this was quite a mouthful, showing really the complexities of sustainability and how different perspectives show different aspects of what we have to solve. And as the last presentation showed, did we learn anything from the Alta case, looking at the Fosen controversy? Well, we have to now take a break, 10 minutes, and use that break wisely. Get to know the people you are sitting on table with, because you are going to work together in a later session. So 10 minutes, and we have some refreshments outside. So we start again, 5 past 11. Okay, welcome back from the break. There's a saying that academians need a quarter extra for every appointment they have. Looks like we are in that region more or less. So I encourage time discipline now, so we keep the schedule. I also encourage those who are going to be in the next session to come forward, so we reduce the transaction time. Okay, so next mix of projects. Now we have actually 3 projects that's going in the next section, but the focus is on oceans and sustainability in oceans. So we have then again a slightly provocative title: Sustainable Oceans, Garbage Bin or Treasure Chest. And Francesca, you're first, so the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks for the introduction, Stig. So as Stig said, for this session we are moving to the oceans. And as many of you of course know, the oceans cover more than 70% of the global surface, and just consider that size. I mean, that's more than 350 million square kilometers with an average depth of more than 3,500 meters. And all this huge volume, all this huge area is teeming and covered with life. So this is really kind of remarkable. Also, the oceans are responsible for producing more than 50% of the world's oxygen, and they're absorbing 30% of all the carbon emissions that we humans are creating. At the same time, the oceans are also very crucial for economic development. I'm sure everyone has heard about the blue economy, sort of processes moving offshore, be it for extraction of raw materials, be it for sort of like, you know, resource production, be it for transportation, and also maybe sometimes as a waste bin, as Stig mentioned in the title as well. But at the same time, more than 80% of the world's oceans remain unmapped, unobserved, and unexplored. That's a huge area. We know less about the ocean, and especially the deep ocean, than we humans know about the surface of the moon or Mars. And that is quite remarkable, actually, I think. There's between 700,000 and 1 million, maybe more, animal species in the ocean, not microorganisms, not even talking about those, but animal species in the oceans. And 2/3, and probably more than that, actually still need to be discovered and properly described academically. So we really don't know much about the oceans. And yet, despite its vastness, there is not a single part of the entire ocean that is not affected by us humans. And some of the biggest impacts that the oceans are facing are, amongst others, climate change, pollution of all different kinds, be it chemicals, be it nutrients, plastic as a very important one as well, coastal development, and resource extraction, both biotic and abiotic. And to tackle this, as Stig mentioned, there were 3 projects in SusRes, Maple, Sweet Spot, and Triple Deep, that were looking at the oceans. Maple and Sweet Spot were focusing on plastic pollution with different kinds across 9 different PhD projects. And Triple Deep was focusing more on deep sea mining with 4 PhD projects. Now, if we start with plastic pollution, then of course we have to start with plastic use. And even Norway alone, we use thousands of tons of plastic. And the biggest sectors of use are packaging, household items, fisheries and aquaculture, electronic and electrical appliances, construction, cars, and textiles. And if we look at the mapped plastic cycles, that looks something like this. We see different types of plastic. We see different sectors. We see that some is produced in Norway. A lot of it is imported. I just want to point out that packaging alone is responsible for like 30% of the demand, but 40% of the waste. That's a lot. At the same time, one thing to also highlight, which is very nice, is that there's a high collection rate in Norway. So there's more than 97% of the plastic that's collected, which is really good news. But that still leaves 15,000 tons of plastic that reach the environment every year. That's the topmost one. These plastic releases happen to the coast, or at the coast, directly to the ocean, and also in the terrestrial environment. And a lot of what is ending up in the terrestrial environment ultimately ends up in the ocean. Now, as many of you know, plastic is extremely versatile, many different shapes, types, sizes, and so on and so forth. And much of plastic is also floating, which means that once it's in the ocean, it is moving anywhere with the ocean currents. And we see the big ocean currents just on this slide here. And what you can also see is that there are these circles, what are called these gyres here. And that is ultimately where a lot of the plastic is accumulating. And this is where we have these called garbage patches that we have, so which are really big. So if we want to tackle the problem of plastic pollution, we need to understand how plastic is moving through the environment and in the ocean. And that was one PhD student in Maple, the Maple project, who was also looking at that. Now, if we go to one of these plastic gyres, the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, that is a very extreme picture. It doesn't always look like this, but it's a huge area of plastic, a huge island of plastic. It's 1.7 million square kilometers. And just because this is a very huge number, very abstract, that's about 4.6 times the size of Norway. Just plastic. And that is billions of pieces of plastic of all different sizes, all different shapes, and that makes plastic to one of the largest problems that we face in the ocean today. I've been working for a couple of months in Hawaii because that is just at the edge of this Great Pacific Garbage Patch, and we found tons of different plastic washed ashore there, not necessarily from Hawaii, but a lot from different parts of the world as well. Different packaging items. This black thing on the left picture is an eel trap, for example, perfect as a muzzle for monk seals that don't get it off anymore. So things like this, we found toys, we found lots and lots of microplastics. So on the beaches, there was more microplastic than seashells. So my kids used the plastic to decorate their like sand mermaid tails that they were creating. There was also plastic that has been in the water, obviously, for a long time. So there were even species already growing on it. And that is another thing that we have to actually understand. How does biodiversity interact with plastic, which was another PhD student's topic in the Maple project. But then again, of course, how does plastic impact marine life? In many different ways. But very common ones for macroplastic, if we focus on that for a little while, is entanglement and ingestion. So one PhD student in Maple was also especially focusing on the ingestion part of the plastic impacts. So we collected information for more than 55,000 animals across 300 species for more than 1,000 different points where species had been reported with plastic ingested that had died because of ingestion. And with this data, we then developed models to then say how and where species are actually affected by this plastic pollution. And this is then something that we can couple with the other part, with the distribution, sort of like how is the plastic getting there so that the species actually will be affected. And this is what one other PhD student has been working on, and I'll give the floor now to Jenny.
Hi, my name is Jenny, and as Francesca said, I did my PhD in the Maple project. I finished earlier this year, and to answer the question from this morning, I am now working in SINTEF So I will continue with a career in sustainability research. But yeah, my thesis was entitled Improvements to Numerical Modeling of Plastic Pollution in the Marine Environment. And as you can probably tell from that very straightforward title, my research was focused on looking into these, specifically Lagrangian transport models, and addressing weaknesses in them and trying to find ways to fix or at least improve them. So in case anyone in the audience is not familiar with Lagrangian transport modeling, what that looks like is basically this. So we take what we know about things like ocean currents and wind, wave conditions, and also properties of the plastic itself. And then we combine that into what we call a transport equation. And this transport equation we can then solve using numerical integration. And we end up with these trajectories showing us how the plastic that enters the ocean moves. Lagrangian transport models, they are quite extensively used in research on marine plastic pollution to understand the distribution of plastic in the ocean, both on a global scale and on more local and regional scales. But there are some elements to these models that need to be approved in order to make these trajectory estimates even more reliable. So that is what I have done in my PhD. One of the things that I have looked at is, it has to do with the handling of shoreline interactions in these transport models. So by shoreline interactions, I mean basically beaching of plastic and resuspension of already beached plastic. Yeah, and the background for this is that I noticed a discrepancy between what we know about beaching and resuspension of plastic from field studies and how these processes are actually modeled. So what I found was that observations and field studies, they tell us that marine plastic pollution can absolutely end up on land at some point, but it probably doesn't stay there forever. And we also know that neither beaching nor resuspension is equally likely everywhere along the coast. And it's also not equally likely all year round in most places. But even though we know this, this is not usually how it's represented in models. So in some models, they choose to have no beaching whatsoever, so no plastic can end up on land at all. Or they assume that any piece of plastic that hits land gets beached and then stays there forever. And this is actually the most common approach. And finally, there are some models that do allow for both beaching and resuspension, but they model both of these processes exactly the same everywhere and all the time. So as you can see from this very simple diagram, none of the models that are commonly used today actually get this quite right. So my goal then became to try to come up with a new model that allows for both beaching and resuspension of plastic, but that also allows for both of these processes to vary in the ways that observations show us that they do. And I did come up with a model that looks approximately like this. It basically assumes that waves are responsible for both the beaching and the resuspension of plastic. So essentially, if a piece of plastic is hit by a wave that is running up on land, then there is a certain probability that that piece of plastic will be left on land, and otherwise it's washed back out again with the wave and left floating. The good thing about this model is that we can use data from wave models during runtime of the simulations to estimate how high these waves go up on the beach. And in that way, we automatically make sure that we get some kind of variation in both space and time just from varying wave conditions. And additionally, this probability that a piece of plastic that is hit by a wave is left on land, that can also be adapted to represent different, more local parameters, like, for example, different shoreline types that have different retaining capabilities. So, yeah, for example, a flat sandy beach has a higher probability of retaining plastic than a very steep cliff. And that can be represented in this probability. And there are still a lot of unknown factors in this model. For example, this probability, what exactly it should be. But this model is still a huge step forward compared to the other models that are commonly used today. And it is a good starting point for further model development as we eventually, hopefully, start to understand the processes of beaching and resuspension more. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Mats Ingulstad. I am a professor of history here at NTNU, and as is quite evident, I am not Siv Marina, who is the project leader of Sweet Spot, but I will do my best to present briefly her approach. So, and actually I'm quite happy that I'm allowed to do this, because if you recall the map Francesca showed a few minutes ago, there was about the distribution of plastic in the global oceans. There was a cutoff point north of Finnmark and North Cape. 10 days ago, I was on a Coast Guard vessel cruising beyond the edge of that map at 80 degrees north, heading towards the small island of Moffen, which is one of the most important habitats for walrus in Norwegian waters. And as we approached it, what did we see? If not a large piece of plastic net with a lot of dead fish and perhaps also animals attached to it. So this problem is incredibly pervasive also in Norwegian waters. And comprehensive pervasive problems need comprehensive solutions and approaches. And that is what the project Sweet Spot aims to do. So it's a project that embodies the spirit of the TSOs. It encompasses researchers across 6 different departments across 5 faculties at NTNU. And the disciplinary toolkits and the problems they are working on range from how can we use machine learning and robotics in order to gather the data we need in order to facilitate problem solving, but also studying design choices and value chain management, moving beyond what is simply a reactive approach to dealing with plastic pollution once it's in the ocean. And also, in order to deal with plastic pollution, we naturally also need to understand the businesses that are involved, the choices they make, the business models, and how they produce the outcomes that they do, but also how we as consumers and as a society behave and how that can be related to dealing with the plastic pollution problem. So Archimedes famously needed only a fixed point and a long lever in order to lift the entire world. Sweet Spot aims to use a range of disciplinary tools in order to improve, if not the entire planet, but at least the substantial part of the planet, which is the ocean, and lift it into a better state. So now, in order to give you more insight into how these PhD projects have operate, I give the word, the floor to Sanjeev, who will present next.
Hi everyone, I'm Sanjeev and I'll be talking about some of my PhD work today, where I've been using autonomous robots for environmental monitoring, specifically cleanup of pollutants. Yeah, so these days mobile robots are being extensively used. So for example, 20 years ago maybe, when oceanographers needed to collect valuable scientific data from the ocean, they had to go out on research vessels such as this, which can cost up to $25,000 a day. And to monitor coral reefs, human divers had to dive in and take pictures manually, which is dangerous, of course. So now we can automate this by putting sensors on mobile robots such as surface vehicles and underwater vehicles to get this data. And typically we, in robotics, there's something called as the 4Ds of robotics, where we aim to automate tasks that are dull, dirty, dangerous, and dear to human life. So these are just some examples of those. And yes, specifically to map and clean up plastic litter near the coasts and in rivers and canals. This is important because, as the previous presentation showed, it's necessary to clean up these before they end up deep into the ocean, into these garbage patches. And for this, so we need the robot to be intelligent, make its own decisions, and develop efficient algorithms such that they can detect and map and then clean up litter near the coasts. Yeah, so an easy way of doing this is to put the appropriate sensors on a mobile robot and drive it on a fixed path like this, which is similar to what the lawnmower and vacuum robots in our houses do. But this is not very efficient because the information we are trying to gather is generally not uniformly spread. Yeah, and so this is not very efficient. So a more effective way of doing this would be to adopt a more active sensing way of approach, where we make the robot adapt its sensing towards specific regions of interest, such as where there might be more concentration of plastic litter, right? So, and if we take the example of plastic litter that drifts, the environment itself is also time varying. So, and we might not have any initial knowledge of the environment. So we have to find a way to predict these changes, and the robot has to use only its observations during the mission to take decisions on the fly. So basically the robot has to perceive the environment using its onboard sensors, and then somehow interpret it and then make decisions based on the current state of the environment and the robot to make a plan to achieve the specific goals for the mission. Right? And then it has to act on this plan, and we have to do this recursively. Yeah, so a robot typically observes its surroundings by onboard sensors, right? So there are two different types of sensors, primarily like proprioceptive sensors such as an IMU or a wheel encoder, which are used to measure the internal states of the robot, and there are exteroceptive sensors which are used to measure the environment, such as a camera or a LiDAR or a laser scanner, which is what I am referring to mostly. So the robot tries to create a map based on its exteroceptive sensors, which is a belief of the environment. It's not the actual state of the environment, because it can only create a belief based on what it sees. So some examples are an autonomous car which has a LiDAR, so it creates a point cloud or semantic point cloud by classifying objects based on what it sees. Or for a robot exploring a building or trying to map structures inside a building, it could be a point cloud or a volumetric occupancy map, such as the one in the figure. Or if we are interested in measuring continuous quantities such as temperature inside the room or mapping the sea floor, or we need a continuous map representation where we only measure some points but we can interpolate them, such as the one in this animation, which was an earlier study during my PhD. And this is an example of how we can map plastic litter that is drifting, which was also done during my PhD. So here the robot has no prior knowledge of the environment. It searches for plastic litter and it has detected them, and it also tries to predict how they are moving based on the wind measurements that are observed during the mission. And the robot is fully autonomous here, so it tries to predict where they move and re-observe them, while also searching for potentially new objects that might appear. So the wind model that I used is rather very simple in contrast to what Annie talked about, because we need these models to run in real time on the robot here. So it's just a simple linear leeway drift model that was being used here. And the map itself, it's an occupancy grid, so each grid cell represents the probability that an object might be found here. As you might see, initially it's all unknown, so probability 0.5, and then as the robot explores, it gets a better idea of the environment, and as it detects new objects, it also tries to predict where they move and tries to keep track of them. And then how did the robot actually manage to be autonomous there? So based on its belief map, it also has to decide where to take the next measurements from. So for this, so basically it has to sort of predict how useful future measurements might be along a specific path or a trajectory, which is generally a sequence of actions. And then how can we put this together? So the robot builds a map, and then we try to predict how useful future measurements might be along a specific sequence of actions, and we are interested in finding the most useful path. So we want to find the sequence of actions that are most informative, to say. And for this, we use some heuristics. If it is just simple exploration, it's just reducing the uncertainty as much as possible. But yeah, for different applications, we develop different heuristics to maximize this informativeness. And here is another example from my PhD where the robot here explores, and while it detects, it also tries to capture the objects as efficiently as possible. So as you can see, I used some buoy markers because I can't be the one littering the ocean while trying to clean it up. Right? So yeah, so there were just 3 objects here, and it detects and it captures all 3, as you can see, and then tries to and keeps searching for more. And yeah, so this was a more recent study, and I'll end it here, basically. Thank you.
So, as a historian, I now want to transport you back into deep, distant past, about 5 years ago, when critical minerals were not seen as the main inputs of a global armaments race, but really as the solution to the sustainability crisis. And deep sea mining was then also proposed as one of the potential solutions. In the HolE-LIB project, we took this discourse seriously, even though, even from the outset, we realized that at the heart of this, there's a great paradox. And the paradox is that, of course, that mining is an extractive activity. You take something away, and how can that then support a sustainable long-term economy if you're removing the resources you will need for the future? So in order to grapple with this paradox and also the many dilemmas that arise from that, we started out with a couple of PhD projects. One was a PhD project in history, Joram Karbuks, who recently defended just before the summer. He started by investigating where does this idea of the ocean as a treasure chest come from? How did we come to the place where it was believed that this could be the solution for the problems we have created on land? And what Joram showed was that even though we have known about the deep sea minerals for 150 years, it was only really 70 years ago that we started discussing it seriously based on very different assumptions about the ocean. It was believed that the bottom of the seabed was essentially a static environment, more or less bereft of life, that technology was mature enough that it could be non-evasive, and a particularly prevalent image was of a giant vacuum cleaner that could just suck up the minerals from the seabed without endangering anything, and also that minerals were forming so quickly at the bottom of the sea that it was essentially a renewable resource, to the contrary on what is the case on land. So based on those beliefs, the international politicians started arguing about who was allowed to access these resources, on what terms, and who was to benefit. And these negotiations, which set off during the 1970s, created the Law of the Sea Convention, which is today the basic framework, the constitution for the global ocean, not just for deep sea mining. It vested the authority over the deep seabed in the UN, in the International Seabed Authority, as the common heritage of mankind. But there were contradictory views, particularly Ronald Reagan was starkly opposed to a global stewardship of these resources. And so he, as Joram has showed, led an onslaught against the UN system, which resulted in the creation of a framework of unilateral legislation that would allow single states to mine the deep seabed. And this is still the basic basis for the conflict today, when the Trump administration wants to unilaterally access the deep sea minerals outside the UN system. It relies on the legal frameworks established by already during the early 1980s. So this is where those ideas really come from, about how to govern deep sea mining. So the question is, if we are to mine the deep sea, we of course need to know what kind of impacts that will have, now that we have realized that there is actually life also in the deepest recesses of the ocean. And that is the next PhD project in biology by Laura Paiva Garcia, who has taken essentially 150 years of data from the Norwegian Greenland seas to trying to understand how our understanding of these ecosystems have evolved over time. And 150 years of data sounds like we have a very comprehensive understanding of this environment. But Laura's research showed that much of this data is really in shallow waters. It's limited to a few classes. And so we really lack understanding of the deep sea ecology, particularly around those areas in the deep waters that are supposed to be mined as a part of the Norwegian opening process. So here the mass of data, more than 10.5 million sample occurrences that she has, is misleadingly comprehensive. It's actually rather shallow understanding that we have for different classes of animals, whether it's snails, crustaceans, different kinds of worms, etc. So we do not really have the knowledge of this ecosystem that we thought we had. And if we are to mine, there's also a massive question of how do we mine? And you have to keep in mind that there are actually different kinds of mineral resources on the seabed that are potentially viable. We have nodules, which are potato-like lumps of minerals. We have massive sulfides spread across the seabed, and also manganese crusts, which is essentially a coating on an underwater mountain. And Raoul, that is one of the resources we have proposed mining in the Norwegian Sea. And Raoul is then looking at how can we design a functional mining system for that. And the basis here is that this vacuum cleaner approach is out of the window. You need to crush the rock. You have to scrape the surface of the mountain off using some kind of technology on the seabed. So that means that you first have to understand the environment where you are meant to operate. And here is also something of a paradox, that this is far better understood in the deep Pacific than in Norwegian waters. Then you need to understand how the machine is to operate within that environment, what kind of properties it needs, leading to design choices. And then that enables you to choose what kind of functions need to be merged, and then leading to some specific designs. Whether you want a more or less surface system, an ROV-based system, or a large mining machine on the seabed. And then you can move onward to planning the actual mining process. So from the HolE-LIB project, we also see that this is not an issue which is going away. So we are also integrated in several international consortia, trying to understand how this will also operate in the future. But and that also leads to the next PhD project, which deals with how we in Norway would want to design a system to deal with this. So Farida, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So my PhD for 4 years of my life was about corporate perspective towards this treasure chest question. So this is an image of one of the types of mineral resources located in the deep sea floor, 5,000 meters below the seabed, the sea surface. These are called polymetallic nodules. And they contain different metals like nickel, cobalt, copper, manganese, and they are used in our everyday lives for everything. From a corporate perspective, when you think about investment decisions in such projects, the decision making looks quite familiar. So there is a mineral resource, we invest in recovering it to produce it, then we produce metals from it, and then we sell the metals and get some revenue, and then hopefully we get some adequate return on our investment at the end. So in principle, we can simply build a financial model, estimate project value, and decide whether we want to invest or not. But as it was also mentioned by Mats, every step has uncertainties within it. So first of all, the first question is what is actually there down on the seabed? So to answer that question, we need to do exploration work. We need to go to the open ocean, we need to sample, we need to explore. And using these samples, we can estimate, for example, the abundance of the minerals, metal grades, and how they distributed spatially. So, for example, there is an example of a map how it could look like, what is the abundance of minerals on the seafloor. And to do such a map, you need to take samples, as I said, like the black dots show the sample locations. And of course, it's impossible to sample every single square meter or even smaller areas. So you need to put some creativity into that work. And there is, of course, some uncertainties there because of that, because we cannot perfectly know everything. And in addition to that, what is geologically there is not necessarily what we can actually recover. Because as the work of Raoul, as mentioned by Mats, he considers the technology which can recover such mineral resources. So the resources are several kilometers down. There is high pressure, there is cold temperature, no sunlight, and the commercial scale technology is still immature, so there is a high uncertainty there. And a collector vehicle, it needs to move on the seafloor, and the seafloor actually doesn't look as flat as it is usually demonstrated on the pictures. It has some obstacles and difficult terrain, and you cannot physically collect everything efficiently. And maximizing recovery is not the only objective, of course. The mineral resources, they are part of the deep sea ecosystem, and they are not fully understood, as it was mentioned before many times. We don't know what animals live there. We don't know what impacts of the mining will be on these animals and on the ecosystem functions. So This creates another constraint for companies, because the question is not simply how can we technically recover the minerals. The question is how much can we recover while keeping environmental impacts within an acceptable limit. And these limits, they depend on the scientific knowledge, which is incomplete, and also on regulatory decisions that follow from that knowledge. Then the next question is how we turn minerals into metals. So this is another layer of uncertainty. So how efficiently can we recover each metal from the ore? What processing route we can use? How much will it cost? What products we can get, and what is the price of these products? So having a resource is, or even successfully mining it, is actually not a guarantee that we will have an economically attractive project. So suppose we have solved all these problems I just discussed, and then we successfully produced valuable metals, but then there is a question of how the value will be distributed. Because as with any industry, deep sea mining requires a fiscal regime, taxes and royalties and other mechanisms which will determine how benefits will be shared. And the first half of our work was dedicated to taxation questions of deep sea mining. And our work has showed that fiscal instruments can completely transform project economics. So we have analyzed how different tax and royalty regimes or royalty rates can impact corporate decision making and expected returns of both companies and the government through taxes. And we found that, as you can see on the gray and blue areas, some royalty and tax rates or combinations of them can turn projects into unprofitable. So the company will not simply not take the decision to invest, so the state will not receive anything back from such projects. And in addition to that, it is still uncertain what the fiscal regimes will be in this emerging industry. But this is still not a complete picture, because investment decisions, they do not happen inside of our models, because there is a larger landscape. There is regulatory uncertainty, commodity price fluctuations, there is a major gaps in scientific knowledge, and there is, of course, social acceptance question. Within deep sea mining industry, the civil societies or NGOs are very, very vocal, and this question of social acceptance is very important here. So a project might be technically feasible and economically attractive, but if the society considers that the activity is not acceptable, then this creates a very different type of investment risks for the companies. And all these different uncertainties, they are interconnected, and the companies, they experience them at the same time, simultaneously. And then the second half of our work made it very clear that uncertainty doesn't automatically determine investment decisions. We found that people interpret uncertainties. For example, two decision makers can receive the same information about a project and perceive the risks of the project differently. One may see that there is a first mover advantage, and another one can see that the technology is immature. Another one can see that the environmental uncertainty is manageable, and another person can see that the impacts are unacceptable. So the risk, we found that risk is not just something we can calculate. Risk perception itself becomes part of the investment decision. So we know that the valuable resource exists, but we are uncertain about what is exactly there, how we can efficiently recover it, what are the environmental consequences, what will be future regulatory conditions, and will will that be accepted by the society? And we don't have enough knowledge about the environment and about other aspects of the industry. So it might be tempting to conclude that we simply need to eliminate all this uncertainty before making a decision, but it's quite hard to do that. Some uncertainties, of course, can be reduced. We can do more sampling, we can test the technology, we can design better regulatory frameworks, but all the uncertainties cannot be eliminated. Some uncertainties will emerge while the industry develops. So the challenge is we cannot get perfect information. The challenge is to understand which uncertainties matter, which uncertainties we can reduce, which we can manage, and how they will influence the corporate decisions. So coming back to the treasure chest metaphor that was used, I think that knowing what is in the chest is not actually, it's just the beginning for the company. The much harder question is whether we know enough and whether we have a governance in place to decide what to do with that. And this is something we consider in our work, and this is something for future work as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not totally sure that I'm going to invest my savings in deep sea minerals, but this was very enlightening, so thanks a lot. Now, here we come to the point of the conference where you need to work to get food. So no lunch if you don't work now. And your task is actually quite simple. All the tables need to agree upon 3 keywords that sums up everything you have been seeing from the stage so far. And if we get the technology to work, you are going to report this through Menti, and we will have a visual image of the essence of what you have understood so far. I'm really looking forward to this. So please start to present your personal outcome, 3 keywords that you sit and chew upon after hearing all of these presentations, and we will get the technology up on the screen. So go ahead. Menti nå, og så tar vi opp den. Okay, so you're discussing. So here's the Menti code. So the reporter from the table needs to go into Menti on using this code. And if you agree, I hope you're not going to start fighting, you then put your keywords into the screen. And now we will shift the screen into a live picture from Menti. So just continue. We have only one word now, and that is test. And I think that's not very informative, so you need to do better than that. Får vi opp igjen So if someone lost the code, didn't have speed enough, it's 7445 8761. Okay? A hand up if you need the code. You're all good. Brilliant. uncertain, but you know one thing, it's gonna be interdisciplinary. There's the answer to everything, and otherwise there's a lot of complexity here, and different angles represented, so it looks like we've done a pretty job of confusing you on a higher level than when you came. Okay, with this, I release you to lunch with a task to get to know people you don't know before, and also start thinking about questions for the panel, which will end this conference. And the focus is, how can sustainability research be done in a way that it more effectively changes practices outside in society? So with this, lunch is ready.
du får ha lue med innbygd lys. Jeg setter på Rusta. Koster 40 kroner.
Okay, everyone. I think we are still having some improvement on the time keeping issue, but we start now. And first I had to admit a terrible mistake. So there are some speakers this morning that haven't received their speaker gift. So if you during a break will come here in this beautiful mystery box and pick up your gift. And if we can just effectivize this routine, so after you've been to the stage and informed the audience of your well-thought sustainability reflection, please grab a box of surprise here. Without further ado, I'm very happy to announce the next project that we are going to look into. And this is the smallest, but not the least very exciting project, focusing on an issue that is on the forefront of NTNU's ambitions, and that is interdisciplinary cooperation. And we've had this on the screen as a very central keyword that you have been discussing. So then I welcome to the stage Heidi and Theo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Steve, and good afternoon to everybody. So let's see how this one works, or not. Next. Yeah, there we are. So my name is Heidi Nielsen. I'm a project leader of this project with a broad and scope of interdisciplinary cooperation for sustainability. And here with me on stage is our PhD candidate, which he will present himself and the research in detail. So I will only use a few words to say a bit on the idea of this project, how it came about, and the development. So when we saw the SusRes call and the ambitions for interdisciplinarity, we were quite struck and thought that this is really an occasion for us to have a meta perspective on what is going on in interdisciplinary research, and not only interdisciplinary research but also for sustainability. So we totally agree with the idea and what we wanted to achieve with the systems approach and the planetary boundaries as a baseline, and everything has to take place within this. And as most of you know that has been at NTNU for some time, we have this master course that is compulsory, the Experts in Teamwork course. This has been focused a lot, and mainly, I'd say, on how to cooperate or collaborate, which is to integrate more. But the later years, there has been more and more demand for interdisciplinary cooperation, so not only learning to cooperate, but also how to do this interdisciplinary. So it adds another layer to cooperating. And this is what we wanted to investigate and explore, how this happens in a huge project like SusRes at NTNU. So we were really happy that we were welcomed on board, and we were also really happy that we have got so much cooperation from you, that we have been welcome to ask questions and to investigate how things have been and come about in your project. So thank you for that. So there are at least two ways to cooperate interdisciplinary, either more in parallel, which is maybe been most common, but if you integrate your findings, or even better, your methods and theories from the start, we call it to collaborate. So whether you work in parallel or the degree of integration affects people who work there, the relations, the theories that we use and develop, the discussions, and the research. So the complex problems like you have investigated in SusRes is the argument very often in academia, like Stig referred to the wicked problems, that is the argument for interdisciplinary collaboration. So we have found lots of interesting research, and one of these is that we need more interventions as we go along in projects like SusRes. And one of these interventions is PhD course that we will now offer in the spring, called Interdisciplinary Research Collaboration. So here we will focus on what we've seen as a result of our and primarily Theo's research, that we need to learn the language and practice more on the theory and methods on effective processes in research groups. It's different than a master course. And we also need to learn the language and the meta perspective on the methodology, on interdisciplinarity. And we also, in this course, offer the students to explore this in their research group and come back and share it with the others. So with that, I will give the floor to Theophil Martin to inform more about his findings from the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. So yeah, my name is Theo, and I've been doing my PhD on SusRes and on especially the PhDs who have participated and were in the center of this program. And I've been mostly thinking about cross-disciplinarity for sustainability, what this is. I wanted to start by just like obviously the situation that we all know, and this is also the situation in which and for which we need to think about what kind of research we need at a time where it's going to be more and more unpredictable. So what kind of cross-disciplinary science do we need in this time? When you think, when we hear about cross-disciplinarity, you're probably thinking about this. Yes, this is working now. You're probably thinking about people collaborating or different ways to work together, but cross-disciplinarity is actually, or is more than this. According to one of the leading scholars, Robert Frodman, it's also about a general reflection on whether and to what degree knowledge can help us to achieve the good life. It is about the politics of knowledge. How do we decide what counts as knowledge? And how do we collectively decide what a desirable future looks like? You've heard about the program this morning. You've seen already a few of those projects being presented, but basically SusRes was NTNU's way to contribute their brick in the wall in trying to address those problems. So 10 cross-disciplinary research projects on different sustainability topics that brought together a cohort of about 47 PhD candidates. I don't know if this was necessarily presented earlier today, but this is basically what those projects look like. They're centered around a group of PhD candidates, which are supported by a team of supervisors. They all come from different faculties, and they're distributed across all the faculties of the university. So the first thing that I did was to try to understand how did this distribution across faculties came about. Here you can see that the darker spots, they're the PhD candidates, and the lighter spots, they're their supervisors. And so I started with a double question. So when we invest in a large cross-disciplinary program on sustainability, how do we decide what we research and who does this research from what perspective? So basically it's the question of how do we decide what we need to know about sustainability, and then as a consequence what we end up searching and knowing, and how we can or cannot transform societies as a result of those kind of decisions and politics that shape research along the way. So the call for a project, just to explain the colors, was split. They split NTNU's faculties in 3 blocks across which the project applicants needed to find and combine candidates. So life science is in green, engineering is in blue, and social science and humanities is in red. And so I started my first study started with a quite interesting find, which was that there was, first of all, a set distribution of PhD positions across the different faculties that was announced ahead of the project calls, and that applicants had to consider when they built those research proposals and what could SusRes project become. So I first asked, how come? And the second part was also, the second thing was that the actual selection at the end of the development of SusRes was different from the initial announcement. So I was curious to know about how did that happen? And I will not be able to go into details. There are many interesting dynamics. But basically, the idea of the study is to give some feedback on a range of factors that influence what ends up being research about sustainability or not. And the main message is that policymakers, they need to think, research policymakers at university, they need to think about knowledge selection when they design a program like SusRes, but also its implementation process. How do you put the different steps through which eventually those research proposals, they will be defined and decided. So it means thinking about, among other things, who will feel entitled to participate, what they will understand that they need to write in a research proposal in order to be selected in this framework. And this is important because who participates defines what kind of research proposal, knowledge proposal we get and what we can know about or not in the end. So very simply, just to illustrate what that means with an example from the SusRes program, and I think you heard about those projects this morning. The idea was to look at the epistemic footprint. So what kind of perspectives are brought to look at a certain topic. And you can imagine that if you bring different people with different expertise on the same topic, it will give different types of insights and knowledge. And so we had in the SusRes program 2 projects who are looking at marine plastic pollution, but with different team compositions. And you probably heard this morning that they came with different insights, although they, I think, worked together quite a lot as well in the end. But that's just to show to imagine the impact of team composition, who we bring in around what topic, and then what kind of consequences that can have on the sustainability research that we design, that we implement. And if you look at the SusRes program more as a whole, this is how that would look like. There has been a range of factors in the design and in the implementation of the SusRes program that explain that there is a broad domination of the STEM field, science, technology, engineering, and medicine. But what's interesting is this is despite genuine efforts, intention and efforts of the initiators of SusRes to make more room for social sciences and humanities in their own terms. So overall, the participation is actually more balanced ended up being more balanced than it was set out to be, that it was announced in the call for projects. But those social sciences and humanities are still in minority positions in most of the project, and that has some consequences in terms of how they participate and what kind of, how we frame that research and what we end up knowing about sustainability at the end. This general broad picture at the level of the SusRes program is also broadly representative of trends in global science and sustainability research in general, so that was interesting to see. And the point here is that what we need to consider is basically that to transform societies, we need to transform knowledge production, and that also implies maybe perhaps transforming how we select knowledge that we bring to make those kind of research, which SusRes was a strong attempt to do that. But it also illustrated other systemic factors that encourages knowledge that are competitive in our current our current social systems, which aren't sustainable. And so we need to think about how we can counteract that. And then once the project are selected, how do we do cross-disciplinary research differently? So after looking at how knowledge was selected to make cross-disciplinary research about sustainability, I followed how the PhD candidates in 3 of the projects experienced doing their PhD and trying to collaborate in this context. The goal was to understand how the organizational conditions at the university enable or constrain learning and doing cross-disciplinarity, and how we can, what can NTNU and other universities learn from that experience to organize differently. Because the experience of those PhD was sort of between two things: the political will of implementing cross-disciplinary research through SusRes, but also on the other side you have the agenda, but on the other side you have the structure, NTNU how it is right now. And basically it was sometimes experienced a little bit like this, trying to do cross-disciplinarity at an organization that is not quite ready always for it, where there is not enough resources and supports and competencies, but also time is running out. Time is always kind of the problem, but that's also addressed through organizational setup. Yes, so basically one of the lessons looking into this was that to make cross-disciplinarity work, it's not only about the infrastructure, it's also about the culture. It's those 2 pillars that are intertwined and that needs to be addressed together in order to create the conditions where it's going to be possible to do cross-disciplinarity. And the good news here is that there's actually a lot of resources available now, many examples of initiatives that have more or less functioned, good practices, guidelines, and lots of toolkits as well that are tailored for both the university leadership when they think about doing the next initiative, but also faculty department leaders. How do I solve those problems at my level? And of course the researchers, also at the early career stage. Like Heidi mentioned, at EIT we already started to share some of these resources at different levels at university. And yeah, ideally I guess one idea would be to build a database that is accessible to every colleague so that we know where to find the resources. Okay. Yeah, those tools, they can already take us quite a long way, but they're easier to grapple with some support. And so that means that structures like, that means that we need also structures like meeting places, courses like Heidi mentioned, and other forms of internal reward system. We need full comprehensive support system that works together to make that easier to support researchers doing this. There's already several bits of this infrastructure that exist, notably around the TSOs, so it's just about building on that and creating more linkages so that we end up with a coherent and visible support system. Because ultimately it's not just the researchers learning how to do it, it also is about the organization learning how to do inter and transdisciplinarity, setting the stage for cross-disciplinarity. And that's what in our second study we tried to argue that the university should strategize and plan the development of cross-disciplinarity through the lens of constructive alignment. So what we thought the organization needs to align starts with an institutional vision of what the university wants to do with cross-disciplinarity. Then from that, it sort of like derives the kinds of cross-disciplinary profiles that we want our researchers to have. Then the competencies that are implied, the learning journey through which they have to go, and the type of infrastructure that are needed for that. Of course, that takes a lot of time to develop. There's half of it. That develops developing such a comprehensive infrastructure and changing the culture takes a lot of time. And so the proposal that we're making in this second study is that this should be thought about in terms of cycles of organizational learning, where the focus is the focus of the organization is when we do such a big investment as SusRes, we plan from the beginning systems through which we will learn from that. We will keep that knowledge and we will transfer it to the next one at the end of the thing. So we try to propose a few steps for how to do that. Yeah, long-term, those changing depend first for the long term, and they pose the question of the future of the university. And when it comes to cross-disciplinarity, it needs to be thought on two levels, I think, at least I claim today. First, it's the internal organization of the university, and then there is a whole spectrum of from keeping the disciplinary system quite rigid from which we come from to completely ignoring or changing the disciplinary system. And so there's a whole spectrum of possibilities and pathways that need to be thought in terms of the the internal organization of the university. And then finally, it also posed the question of the university's relationship with other parts of society. So can universities and scientific research be a platform for all knowledge systems to have access to decision making? What new social contract of science with society, and what kind of knowledges do we need to tackle the planetary crisis, not just on a technical level, but also on cultural and political levels? So in short, how does cross-disciplinarity help us rethink universities and academics' role in helping to define and realize the good life within planetary boundary is what cross-disciplinary is also about. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Theo. A lot of food for thought, also for the panel discussion afterwards. Might be familiar to you that NTNU is starting a new strategic research program now within robust societies. So we will do our best to get the knowledge from this project into the good heads that are designing that program. So we learn as we go or stumble. Thanks, Theo. Be sure to grab a piece of gift there. And now we continue in the social sustainability domain with another exciting coupling of two projects that have some overlaps. So we are going now into how to achieve better health and quality in our built environments. So then I leave the floor to Soba and Babak and their PhDs.
Can I have my chocolate before?
Yeah, if
so
if your blood sugar is running low, please feel free.
So while we wait for the slides to come, my name is Soba Peterson. I'm an associate professor at the Department of Computer Science.
And I am Babak Farshian, the same. The rest is the same as Soba. Associate professor in the Department of Computer Science.
So we are going to talk about social sustainability and digital transformation, how to achieve better health and quality of life in our built environments. We will present two projects One is called SWELL, Sustainable Built Environments for Health and Wellbeing, and a project called Sustain DT. And luckily we have 3 PhD students with us who are going to tell you more of the details of the work that have been done. But just to give you an introduction to our motivation, and luckily, even though they're very different projects and we haven't really worked very much together, we do have a lot in common, particularly in the motivations for it.
We have worked a lot together.
We have, yes. So first of all, I would like to just raise the question of what is social sustainability? We often talk about the green transitions, the digital transition, but we don't always talk about the social transition or actually even taking care about social sustainability. So some of the motivations for us is actually looking at what is social sustainability and trying to understand what it is. And actually, I would really like to have the wedding cake diagram at this point. So whoever is controlling my slides. Oh, sorry. So one of the things with looking at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals is we tend to isolate them. Because they are numbered, they have discrete titles, we tend to isolate them. And if you look at a lot of the research that has been done so far, they tend to kind of look at one or another of these goals. Like, we want to work on healthcare, we want to have education, and so forth. And another aspect is a lot of the research that has been done in sustainability tends to focus on the natural environment. And not as much as on people, our well-being, how we are doing, what is our aspiration, how do we get a better quality of life. So our work has been trying to bring together the societal aspects of it and by putting people in the center, by thinking about the health and well-being of people in a very holistic way, so that it's not just that we have better physical health, but we also have better mental health, better social health, and so forth, and have a better quality of life. So going back to the topic that Stig was talking about, this complexity of seeing things together and how things depend on each other, particularly how it impacts our lives, is really central to our work.
Yes, and when it comes to technology, I think especially IT, information technology, that is what our projects is about. I think many researchers in sustainability probably consider this as a background thing, so the IT is not really the core of the research we do. But at the same time, in our project, we are also looking at IT as a foreground phenomena. It means, for instance, that the reason that there is so much plastic floating around is because it's so easy to click on a link in your browser and buy the next plastic item through technologies that have been, IT technologies that have made it so efficient and so easy and so cheap to buy plastic. So the idea is that technology as a kind of backbone here, especially IT technology is a kind of backbone that can affect these sustainability goals. And again, as Soba said, our focus here has been more on what does technology do to the social resources that we have. So we haven't so much focused on the physical resources as many of the projects have done here, but we have looked at what does the social, what does the technology do with the social resources, and with social resources we think about social inclusion, we think about public health, we think about democracy, we think about a lot of these values that we see that are somehow being affected by these IT technologies, especially the big platforms. For instance, you have heard about HolE-LIB and all these kind of technologies. They have quite short-term goals. They want to make things more efficient. They want to bring more value to the stakeholders, but they also have very long-term effects. Like, as one of our PhDs, Samir, will talk about, as a platform can affect also the meaning of the work that you are doing as a doctor or as a nurse. And also, as Gulshar will talk about, like if you are using a lot of social media, then that will affect how your physical neighborhoods are being affected. Nobody will be out to talk to each other. They will just talk through the social media. So there are a lot of big kind of changes going on in digital transformation, which very similar to all sustainability research is a kind of trade-off between the short-term goals that are enabled by technology and the long-term goals that we really don't think about very much when we are introducing this kind of technologies into our lives. And I will continue here with talking about our project. Well, first we have a session overview. So there are two projects. One is Sustain that I'm talking about, and the other is Swell that Soba will talk about later. And we have our PhDs, Michaela, Samir, and Gulshar will talk about their project work. First about Sustained. Sustained, I want you to look at the figure now first. Don't look at the text. I think I don't have a voice on this one, no? Yeah, okay. So in Sustain, we are looking at the horizontal lines that you see here. They are the specific technologies. For instance, platforms is one of the technologies we look at, and the vertical lines are the empirical case studies that we have done into PhD projects that each of our PhDs have been doing a case study of some sort. And then gradually the project has ended up being about how we improve public services in the long run. Especially we have looked at health platform, and as I said, but we have also looked at how public services like social security that NAV is providing are affected by this sustainability, looking at them from a sustainability perspective. And this is our team. Many of them are not here, but we have two of our PhDs and myself here. And I think I will now just hand over to Michaela, who is here, who will present your project.
Okay, is working now? Yeah. Yes, so my name is Michaela. I'm a PhD candidate at the Computer Science Department, and my project is about digital public encounters. So what are digital public encounters? A public encounter is basically the interaction between a citizen and a public official. So this can be a teacher, the healthcare service, but also other public administrations like social security services. And traditionally, these have been face-to-face, but with the new technologies that we have, there are new opportunities for communication and interaction. So a lot of this now happens through other channels. So you can have a video call with your doctor. You might find information on websites or with chatbots, and maybe there are even police robots walking around. And yeah, so my project focuses on these digital public encounters in the social and welfare services, and I work with NAV. And while this change can make this transformation changes how we interact with the public administrations, and they can become more available. Yeah, self-service doesn't close. It's there all the time. We can access it from home, so it can become very convenient. Automation can make the processes faster. So there's a lot of benefits to it. But it also means that we as citizens need to be able to use these digital solutions and serve ourselves. And that means we need to have the relevant skills and knowledge to do that. But unfortunately, not everyone has that. It can be language barriers, or maybe you don't have the relevant technology like a smartphone. And yeah, those who don't have the knowledge or skills or resources, they are at the risk of being excluded from these digital services. So when we look at NAV, they have many different channels through which you can interact with them. It's the website, they have a contact center, social media channels, and so on. And of course, you can also go to the local NAV office and talk to a person. And it's only about 5% of all the contact between us citizens and NAV that actually happens face-to-face, and everything else is already in these other channels. But we also know that especially people who are in very challenging situations, maybe they have just lost their job or they're out of money and they really need social benefits, they really want to talk to a person. So they are more likely to call the contact center or go to the NAV offices. And this shows also how important this human interaction is, especially in a context of social and welfare services. So, yeah, how can we make good digital public services, basically, that include everyone? And my research wants to understand how citizens experience and navigate these digital public encounters, because only if we understand the citizen experience, we can actually design services that are accessible and inclusive to everyone. And as mentioned before, I do a case study with NAV, and so far I've been doing interviews with both citizens and employees in NAV, mostly caseworkers. And we also observed how citizens manage to use some of the self-service solutions, like applications for certain services, and how they manage to use them, basically. So today I will just go into two different findings. One of them is how complex welfare services are, and the other one is then about how we can design or attempt to design better solutions. And yeah, to the interviews that I did with the citizens, it became quite clear that when they interact with NAV, it's not just them and one person in NAV. It's not an easy interaction. It's actually very complex, and there are a lot of different actors. And some of them are humans, but also non-human actors, if we count the website or self-service solutions. And yeah, so a citizen, they talk to the contact center, they talk to their caseworker, then they have an advisor. So there are already several people in NAV that they have to talk to. And then they also have to go to the website and use the resources there, and maybe or they can use a dialogue on the website with their caseworker, and access case files. And if you're unemployed, you have to do this activity plan. So there are a lot of different things that they have to relate to within NAV. But then there are also actors outside NAV that they have to relate to, because often when you receive unemployment benefits or sickness-related benefits, then the healthcare becomes important, and your doctor or your psychologist plays a role. Your employer might play a role. If you're still in education, then maybe your school plays a role. So there are all these actors that they have to relate to, and we also found that almost all of them have a need for additional support, because they feel that NAV cannot provide or is not available enough, so they fall back on friends and family to help them access these services. Yeah, so to summarize, citizens have to interact with many human and non-human actors. They have to understand the different rules and regulations regarding each service or benefit, and they also need additional support networks to actually access services. And this complexity is very difficult to implement in digital solutions, because they are more for kind of easy transactional things. But it's important to recognize this complexity if we want to at least attempt to make the solutions better. Yeah, so then we looked at how NAV is developing their solutions. And NAV is in a very maybe fortunate situation that they have their in-house development team, which means they can actually build all their solutions themselves and make the changes. So we looked at how the development team in NAV is working, basically, and we found, based on the first finding with this complexity, we know that it's very important that they understand how citizens actually use the solution. And this is called practice-based knowledge. And the development teams, the NAF, they have different ways of accessing this practice-based knowledge. So they can either reach out to citizens directly by organizing workshops, or doing user tests or surveys and so on. But they also recognize that this is kind of limited and it's a lot of effort and doesn't always result in what they're looking for. Because even when you do a testing, people might behave very different in a testing situation than compared to when they're in the actual situation of having to apply for social benefits. So another way that is very relevant is that they can use caseworkers and others who directly interact with citizens as a citizen proxy. Because these people, they have contact with the citizens all the time. They are the first ones citizens come to when they don't know how to use something or don't understand something. So these people have very in-depth knowledge on the challenges that citizens experience. And so they become very important for the development teams to understand how the digital solutions are used. And then there are formal and informal ways of accessing and transferring this knowledge. So formal is when it's very established, like doing these workshops or having regular meetings and so on. And then informal is when they just meet at the coffee machine and talk about things. And this is actually sometimes more informative and relevant than the formal channels. Yes, and then once the development teams have this knowledge, they try to integrate it into the solutions, so that they build. But we also see that what gets integrated really depends on many different factors. So there might be internal management strategies that focus more on some services than on others. So if there's more money or resources in one service area of NAF, then another one is not prioritized. And even though maybe it would be not a very difficult fix, it's just not done. It also depends on the responsiveness of the developers, maybe how much time they have right now, and also the effort that's required to fix a problem. So we know that this citizen practice-based knowledge is very relevant to building good solutions, and I think NAF has a lot of good things in place already to access this knowledge, but it's also restrained by different factors, management factors, resource factors, how much they can integrate it, basically. But we just want to highlight that digital public services are not necessarily inclusive to everyone, and we really need to understand how citizens experience them and use them to make them better and put strategies in place to better access and integrate this knowledge. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Samir Batra. I'm a PhD in Computer Science Department, and today I'll be talking about meaningful work in healthcare. It could be like, what is meaningful work for you in digital world? And this was one of the quotes that I got during my interviews. I think it's very meaningful to meet the patients, but we spend too much time in front of computer, time we could have used for the patient instead. And this was really interesting to me. And then all my interviews, I see that pattern that no one is actually against the technology. It's that what comes after the technology that the healthcare professionals are somewhat worried about. And the question is what technology does to their to the way the clinicians experience their work. This matters because meaningful work is connected to retention, satisfaction, motivation, and care quality. And in the staffing crisis, especially in healthcare work, I think it's really important to be also looking into the meaningful aspects, and when a digital tool is implemented in the healthcare work, how it actually impacts. So what is meaningful work? And you will see a lot of text here in this presentation. And to understand the impact of EHRs, we first need to understand what makes the work more meaningful. I use the meaningful work in a sense that it makes the work worth doing. So looking into all literatures, I actually found different dimensions that we can see as like a pathway that leads to a meaningful work, and trying to understand how an implementation of an EHR in this work environment, especially in healthcare, impacts those dimensions. And the mastery being I'm good at this, which means that clinicians want to use their skills effectively and develop professionally. Purpose means that this matters to someone. Healthcare worker wants to see that their work actually contributes to patient and the public good. Connections means I'm not doing it here alone. This includes relationships with patients, colleagues, and the wider organizations. And finally, the autonomy. That means that I get to decide. And clinicians need more control over how they actually perform their professional work, and the freedom to use their judgment. The interesting thing is that EHR can affect all 4 dimensions in both positive and negative ways. For example, slow screens and constant alerts was seen as something that made their like professionals really clumsy at their work. And on the other hand, tools such as dictations, especially with AI tools, and also decision support can actually restore some of that skill. Similarly, documentation can become focused on billing and control, and making clinicians feels like they are the data clerks. But seeing real patient outcomes through the systems was seen what can help them reconnect them with why they do the work. The same contradiction appears with connection. A screen can take eye contact away from the patient, but shared records can also help different healthcare professionals coordinate and see the same patient informations. And with autonomy, required fields and pop-ups and can dictate the order of their work, what they have to do during the day. But when the clinicians participate in configuring this, they saw that they retain some of the control. And with these definitions, I went into the field work with healthcare professionals that are working with HolE-LIB platform in their day-to-day work, and I found something like more text. These are within central, this study was done in healthcare professionals working with HolE-LIB platform. And I could see that within these dimensions, first with mastery, that is the competence, one psychiatric nurse reported that the documentation could save time, leave more working hours for actual therapy, and similarly, another psychiatrist nurse was saying the opposite of what the nurse was saying. It was taking some time, and also there was no actual time for therapy. And when the EHR reduces unnecessary work, clinicians can spend more time using their professional skills. But the opposite can also happen. A neurologist said, we cannot use this data from the platform, and I don't know which button to use to get those informations. So the technology can either support competence or it can undermine it. And time saved builds competence, poor tools undercut it. And second is purpose. The cardiac nurse, which I interviewed, describes seeing patient going from being very sick to feeling much better. That experience actually make the work feel very meaningful. But the cardiologists explain that meaning can be lost when they have to perform bureaucratic activities that they don't seem to find meaningful for patient or for the public good. And this makes an important distinction. Purpose comes from patient outcomes and not from the paperwork around them. Third is connection, which is clinicians clearly value the relationship with the patient. One psychiatrist preferred paper because they almost never use the computer while talking to their patients. And another cardiac nurse explained that they prioritize being with patients and do documentation afterwards. The clinicians aren't simply rejecting the digital system, they are actively trying to protect something that is more important to them, that is the eye contact and having a human connections. And finally, we have autonomy. This is seen to be something that comes quite often in interviews, that this is somewhat fractured because with the implementation of EHR, that one cardiologist described using free text instead of heavily relying on standard informations and templates. Another example is a cardiac nurse who overrode a system blocked medications together with a colleague, saying health platform is there to help us, not to tell us what to do. And this illustrates the central issue very well. Clinicians want technology to support professional judgment rather than to replace it. And according to the interviews, autonomy is the dimensions of autonomy seems to be most fractured, and where people or healthcare professionals are really agitated by. So where is actually meaningful work here? So that brings us to the broader questions. Where is the meaningful actually happening? What we saw is we started by looking at more direct interactions of clinicians and EHR and how that influences meaningful work. But the interviews have shown us that something broader is happening, that EHR don't simply support or hinder existing work, they also create work. So when something doesn't work as expected, clinicians have to adapt. And they coordinate with their colleagues, they figure out how to use the system, or sometimes change the workflow around the technology. And this is where we start to see a layer of meaningful work happening. The coordination they do influences different dimensions differently again. So this is where my research will continue on, and I think that's how my PhD will look like at the end, like looking into these interactions and especially the coordination work where the meaning is generated, and at the end, how it can be used to design or implement a better tool in healthcare settings. So, yeah, thank you.
Next, I'll introduce the SWELL project. SWELL stands for Sustainable Built Environments for Health and Well-Being. Again, I'll take you back to the picture that we had at the beginning, looking at societal sustainability, which brings in a lot of things around people, their healthcare, education, the cities we live in, and so forth. And particularly by being challenged to think systems and complexity. From the outset, when I wrote this proposal with my colleagues, what we were thinking about was how can we address this complexity that is required to have a happy and well-being society for us. But of course, this complexity is far bigger than what we can encompass in one project, so we had to kind of limit anyway. So we decided, okay, why don't we try to see, okay, where I am, what I can do, what's going to help me feel better. And particularly on a day like this, a very tropical person looking around the Trøndersk summer, you can just imagine how your environment and what you're around really can impact your health and well-being. We have brought together three very different domains here. The built environment, which is not the natural environment, but everything that is human-made that we create that is around us, our health and well-being, and there we take a very broad view of well-being because it is not just about your physical health. Imagine a table with 4 legs, and if you take away one, it's not going to be very stable. So in the same way, a person needs to have both physical health, mental health, social health, and so forth to have a good quality of life. And then how could digital technologies support us to have a better quality of life? Today, in the age of digital transformations and new technologies like AI, we are really challenged in many ways, some of which you actually were presented earlier. So in this particular project, we are going to see the intersection of these different domains and how that impacts on our lives. Just to give you very quickly some of the results that we have established so far, we have started to identify what we call modifiable environmental factors that affect our health and well-being. So part of it is understanding what is health and well-being, but it's also what are the factors in our environment that are affecting our health and well-being. There have been many analyses done on the hunt data. We have taken this lens of bringing together the health and well-being and the built environment to understand some things. So one of the things that we have identified is, in general, the hunt data shows that people's self-reported health have really improved over the years. However, if you start thinking about inclusivity and the diversity among the people, it's not really providing equity for all groups of people. For example, people with physical impairment. And particularly with the use of digital technologies, what is it that remain very central in some of the studies that we have done is the personal qualities that you bring in to the digital content and what is transferred across to the people. So with that, I will leave you with one of our PhD students to give more insight into some of the results from the project. Before that, just to this is the team. We are from the people from the medical faculty, the civil and environmental engineering faculty, and the Department of Computer Science. And we have 4 PhD students, one of whom is Gulsher, who's going to talk to you now.
Thank you, Soba, for giving the landscape of the SWEL project. I am Gulsher. I'm a PhD candidate of Department of Computer Science. And the PhD topic I'm working on is the digital technologies for social well-being, and more specifically, the sense of place and belonging. So I will start with the problem, as Babak and Soba already told you about, like digital technologies that bring people together online, but the people keep detached from the physical surroundings or the neighbors or the neighborhoods. And let me put an example. For example, someone might be sitting in the centrum looking for some destination which he or she want to go, but the bench next to it, he might be aware of, like someone from the same surroundings or from the same neighborhood have a feeling attached to that bench. So that's how we end up with a solution. Like with the technology, we should help people to connect with the places and with the people from the neighborhoods. And the question is, who own this problem? The technology designers, municipalities, planners, and neighborhood organizations. So considering this problem, my research focus is how the digital technologies and the tools shape ongoing connection of the people to the places and to the people. And how does what a place mean to someone could be translated to the other people within the surroundings, and how all of this is relevant for the social well-being of a human being. So as you may notice, like the built environment is of very much concern in my research focus. And why is that? Because it's very much important to transform the physical world, the built environment, and in my case, that's digitally, because one of the results from our team member, Grace Foster, while she was analyzing the Hunt data, she have identified the transferable built environment factors that are associated with the health and well-being of the people and give the evidences that it needs to be transformed for designing more inclusive built environments. And in the same line of work, there are some findings from another team member of the SusRes, which try to identify the different categories within the built environment factors, which you can see on your on the right side. And also there are different aspects of health and well-being which one needs to be work on, rather than, as Shobha mentioned, it's not only the physical health, it's more than the physical health. And in my case, social well-being of much concern, and for the built environment factors, we are working on the public spaces. So from that, we understand the neighborhood matters, but the question is, what part of built environment we need to design technologies for? And as I mentioned, the social well-being I'm working on. So in order to do that, I first tried to understand what does the social well-being means. And we came up with the framework, one of which is the sub-dimensions of social well-being. And these dimensions actually kind of relate people to their built environments. And if we can design for this, then it could help people better connect to the people and to the places they reside in. So these 4 dimensions are sense of place, social interaction, inclusive and belongingness, and the community identity, the feeling of we. So considering this definition of social well-being, we listened to the people, and we came across these requirements, which are people want to hear personal stories, voices about the places. They don't only want to see the numbers in the form of reviews or numeric values. They want to hear the stories attached to those places. For example, if you go to the Google Maps, there might be some feedbacks or reviews in the form of numbers, but it might miss the feelings or experiences of the people attached to that place. So people want to hear that. The second one was like, they want something where they are able to share what a place means to them. And ultimately, they want to find places from the voices of the other people's experiences, feelings, rather than just from the numbers or recommendations of the applications, as I mentioned before. So we had 3 different kind of artifacts based on the different kind of technologies, the one of which was the augmented reality based, the other one was GIS crowdsourcing, and the third one was maps and crowdsourcing based. So first one, as you can see, that augmented reality artifact could allow people to look into the environment in which someone had shared their feelings in the form of emojis, like what that place means to them. So they express themselves, their feelings, their experiences in the real world, which one could see in the augmented reality form. And in the second one, like people could pinpoint anything on the map, any place which they feel like they have some story to tell about that place, and they could express that story using some emojis, some other expressions, or some descriptive data. And the third one was, it led the people to leave the trails of some places which they feel those places are special to them, they have some stories to them, and those trails could be followed by the other people. So one of the studies in which we used one of the technology from the artifacts I mentioned before, the last one, the GIS and the crowdsourcing one, we came up with this like narrative portability, which is the main idea is that what a place means to one person can travel to another and change how another person might visit that place later in the time. For example, someone might suggest you a bench at end of the road, and why that bench was important for them in their hard years. So once in the future, if you visit that bench, you are not actually visiting a bench, you are visiting their bench, because that bench might have a story attached to it. So that's how we came up with this idea of narrative portability, like how stories travel from one person to another through the places. Considering those requirements and the data from the study, we came up with these 4 design principles for designing technologies. And these principles are for the designer to design technologies for the social well-being. The basic crux of these principles are: put the story first, let people look forward, leave room to disagree, and move from I to we. The technology should let people a feeling of from I to we. Let me put that everything in one simple example. One place, for example, there is this street. One person might tag it as a safe based on his own experience. The other might tag that street as a safe place based on his own experience. So in lump sum, it might have different feelings attached to that street that tagged as a safe. So that's how we came up with this takeaway home from this presentation is digital tools can strengthen how people connect to their neighborhoods if they are designed to carry personal voices between people and places. Thank you so much for listening. Now I will ask Soba to continue.
So thank you, Gulsher and Michaela and Samir. And I hope we haven't disappointed anyone who might have expected us to be a bunch of nerds talking about hardcore algorithms, because we are from the computer science department. The reason is because we are from a group that is about doing research on information systems and human-computer interaction, which means it's very important for us to understand how the technology is impacting other people and how they would use it. And therefore, our center, that's where we have the focus of bringing people to the center of technology, design and use, and how that should impact our societies. Now, that doesn't come without challenges, one of which is multidisciplinary research, but there are other ones such as how could that jeopardize long-term values, and how could we design technology so that we don't jeopardize our long-term values? How could digital technologies help us, could be designed in a way that would enhance the quality of life for us? And how could we solve this through multidisciplinary research? You want to add?
Yeah, again, back to this thing of short-term versus long-term that sustainability is about. I would challenge you also to think, I mean, maybe for many of us now, Gen AI, generative AI, like ChatGPT is an example that we hear a lot about. And this is also a good illustrative example of how you get some short-term goals, like you ask ChatGPT to make a presentation for SusRes final conference for you, and it will maybe be a very nice presentation. And it will most probably be a very nice presentation for today, but what does it mean in the long run? If you continue doing it, what kind of resources are you depleting in the long run that you maybe don't see? And this is very difficult to really see, especially in IT, that is kind of originally is a technology for making things more efficient, for making things go fast and to save money. So it's a challenge to you to think, okay, how can we balance this, and how can we see these long-term effects of technology while we are dealing with the short-term goals that we have now. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot for this. So think about the next time you press on AI. There are consequences for you and for society. And we touch upon this, so the narrative. If we want to build a narrative for SusRes as a factor in society, is it a spearhead that we can use to puncture all unsustainable practices in society? Is it a sourdough that slowly infiltrate and ferment the unsustainable practices? So I hope this creates some images in your heads, because now we are going to have a deep dive into narratives and what they do to our understanding of sustainability. So please, Hanja, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Instead of preparing for what I'm supposed to be talking about today, I was watching Jon Stewart interview with Trevor Noah, and they spoke about ultra-processed narratives, ultra-processed speech, so the Dorito, and this is what we don't want, definitely. But I want to begin in a slightly more poetic way, first with a big, loud shout-out to the SusRes creators at NTNU, NTNU researchers, scholars, refugee academics, and communities in Trondheim and beyond, and all of the custodians of stories which are not ultra-processed stories, like Doritos, because they ensure that the university can be a space of freedom and life, which is a wish of many of our students. My name is Hanja Musho, and per NTNU nomenclature, I am a professor of literature and environmental storytelling, emeritus in the Wieser, and also an affiliate of the Human Rights Institute at SUNY Bing in the States. Today, I represent another micro project narrating sustainability, a small research project, but hopefully, of course, small in the larger SusRes ecology, but yet one that centers on the consequential, if not misunderstood, role of stories, community engagement, and art in sustainability research, including, but also beyond, science communication. In our project, we have focused instead on how the UN Sustainability Goals redefine sustainability as an intersectional matter of futuristic justice, as a matter of socio-political, cultural, and environmental justice. That's very important. That's the big change in the discourse. So you have to do biodiversity and peace, and think about gender, and also questions of war and pollution at the same time. And so we had big questions. Some of them we've answered. Many of them will stay with us for many years. How is sustainability narrated and contested across the globe in those other stories and other genres, in poetry, in visual art, in literature and film? And how do small stories that emerge, for example, from coastal communities on the other side of the globe, how other communities and ephemeral arts of living on a damaged planet, and that's a term by Anat Singh and her collaborators, how they actually contribute to sustainability research, policy, or environmental international law. And then if climate crisis, if sustainability crisis is not just a techno or political crisis, but also a crisis of storytelling and political and public affect and imagination, how can we learn with artists and writers and humanists about equitable storytelling, solidarity, and futures? Why should we foreground stories and learning with communities in an era of urgent crisis? I hope that in this room it's kind of a rhetorical question at this stage, and we all understand that neither Elon or Sam and other, quote, insufferable tools of technology, and that's a scholar Sarah Sharma's term, will save the planet. But for the undecided, let's quote another scholar activist, Dr. Cyrus Marcus Ware. Artists and storytellers also prototype the sustainable futures. Scholars such as George Lipsitz, Barbara Tomlinson, Robin Kelly painstakingly document how collective social movements, and I quote, are incubator of new knowledge, and they change everything, end of quote. This is not, in other words, Narcissus or narrating sustainability radical position. Before any progressive environmental policy or human rights policy becomes law or makes it into a regional budget or into SusRes funding or a charter, or becomes a socially legible practice such as, as simple as recycling, artivists scholars and storytellers and science fiction writers are on it. They've imagined it, they've practiced it, they prototype many non-toxic futures beyond misogynist, technocratic, racist solution plots that currently hold the planet and all of us in their lethal grip. This is why the Aarhus Convention, created under the 2021 Rapid Response International Mechanism to, quote, support the rights of environmental information, participation, and justice, is designed specifically, quote, to protect environmental defenders within a legally binding UN and other frameworks, end unquote. Our life literally depends on artivists. The UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Environmental Defenders, Mike Forst, documents. And yet, despite the public service obligation, because we are all public servants after all, we often don't know how to work with the community, what it means to work and learn from diverse communities and their stories, and how to, quote, serve the public. We see community, especially one located outside of Europe, as a site of deficit, of knowledge, of skill, of social political etiquette, of racial capital, a resource to mine, a burden, a problem to be solved, a network. We often fortify as scholars, patronizing, if not adversarial, relations with the community. And yet community activists and artists put relentless pressure, often under the duress and the threat of legal and physical violence, on public institutions to simply act on behalf of vulnerable ecologies and people. And many projects you've heard here really pointed out that we need to think about sustainability as a people's problem as well. As researchers and educators, at minimum, we have an obligation to acknowledge this crucial labor, learn its creative languages, and acknowledge the debt we all owe to environmental storytellers around the world. Which is why, when I was preparing for today, I thought with Donna Haraway that thinking is a materialist practice, and we must do it with others. And what we need to learn is how to do this acknowledging of communal as well as the aesthetic life of environmental facts, and that's a scholar Candace Callison's term. Diverse stories are part of our human environmental heritage, our knowledge biosphere, as important, quote unquote, as the air we breathe, says writer Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Which is why over the 3.5 years, together with 2 PhDs, Isabel Munoz, who will speak in a moment, and Parisa Chokrai, an incredible student who unfortunately had to drop out due to medical leave at the last minute, we have co-created not only the traditional outputs, article, conferences, keynotes, invited consultation, journal, special issues, but we've also facilitated this kind of work with sustainability and biodiversity scholars, urbanists, architects, artivists, indigenous theorists, community practitioners, and migrants across many borders and disciplines, doing the unapologetically humanistic work of centering communities, non-extractive relations, and participatory environmental storytelling work in the streets, in theaters, in libraries, in community centers, art galleries, at the universities, and wherever you would have us. There's another one coming next week, so we can share some advertisement for it later. It's been an enormous undertaking. I mean, we staged plays, we have co-designed programs that train graduate students in what it means to be a scholar in public, but also for the public. We have co-created numerous eco-writing initiatives, poetic recitations, and I have to say that my technology and design and especially computer science colleagues were very present in some of these events. Co-designed an international series, Landscapes of Injustice, Landscapes of Repair, with leading scholars of sustainability and environmental humanities. and engaged in transmedia storytelling, sort of rehearsing very different roles, sometimes as scholars, sometimes as storytellers, sometimes as actors. It took a lot, but it's been also phenomenal. I just want to conclude then. My SINTEF colleagues sometimes perversely ask me, what is the impact of such a frivolous work, like this beautiful book, In Connection of Everyone with Lungs, a poetic collection by Juliana Spar? What is the impact of an urban recitation? And together with my colleagues, I tell fellow and impatient scholars, after Brian Masumi, think historically and, quote, decouple quantification from value and impact. It's not the only way. You could see more, you can hear more. Or think with Omar El-Akbar. Language too forces air from the lungs. Poet Ocean Vuong says, when we tell our students that the futures are in our hands, it's a misnomer. The future is actually in your mouth. We participate in the future of the world by participating in the future of language. Stories, novels, poetry are more than decorative artifacts of the bygone era, but also quote-unquote vital signs, says physician Abraham Varghese, of our capacity to resist, to imagine, to reflect, to theorize, to connect and to repair what is broken and not just endure it. At NARSUS, we have worked tirelessly with and learned from ecologists, biologists, designers, poets, activists, breathing, oxygenating, creatively and communally, sustainability research. It's an incredible honor today to report that many other doctoral students are leading the way, some at NARSUS and many of them beyond. It's an honor and a gift to accompany them on their doctoral journey. The project is ending, but we're only starting to see the durational impact of their important work. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isabel Muñoz. I am a PhD candidate at the Institute of Language and Literature at NTNU. So my presentation wants to begin with a premise that the world, as we know it, is made of materialities, of course, but as my colleagues have already explained, it's also made of relations, right? Histories and interactions and feelings, nonetheless. And also, it's made of the energy, the impulse, the ideas, the hopes that we put into changing or maintaining certain materialities and infrastructures. And these are the ideas. Oh, sorry. These are ideas about the future. As you can see, my colleague Margarita from the Department of Kunst Institute in Trondheim reimagines, for example, our context in Trondheim. And as you can imagine, like as in any ecosystem, like these ideas and narratives and sustainability, they can be collaborating, but they can also be competing against each other. Some of them are possible together, and others are simply incompatible. So if we take, for example, some of the narratives, general narratives about the future, we can see some of them, like the newly coined end-time fascisms, that predicate the survival only of the wealthy, of an elite, and they rely on exclusionary technologies and the disposability and dispossession of other people. And you know about them. They build bunkers, they buy islands, they want to colonize other planets, etc., hoping that they won't feel the climate crisis like the rest of us. But there are also other narratives more interested in survival, collective survival, and livability, and such as those general aspirations, we might say, for environmental and social futurity, justice in that futurity under the banner of sustainability, which gathers us here today. And working alongside within these frameworks, we find these other narratives, like the ones from the SDGs, hoping that we can achieve this environmental and social sustainability through international cooperation, but there's also environmental justice movements and indigenous imaginaries, etc. So these are perspectives that are collaborating, right, and each other. And in my investigation, I'm interested not in these big narratives, but rather small stories, like Hanya already anticipated. And I wonder, and this is what I ponder in my investigation, how can these small stories reshape the that we do sustainability work? And by small, I refer to geographies that can often be considered peripheral and small, like the Caribbean, where I'm from, for example, but also communities that are often neglected and discriminated against, like queer and trans people of colors, disabled folks, indigenous folks, who can dream sustainability quite differently. So there are also, small can be also, ecological knowledge can come in small forms, like poems and art, artifacts like Hanya Express, that can convey other non-quantifiable data, right? Hopes, future, fears, etc. And of course, my own story is one of a small story of a researcher from the humanities intervening in this large system of sustainability. And of course, I'm not saying that this is a binary, a big, small, like this is also quite critical in the work we do rejecting this binarism, but rather these are small stories within these larger frames, and they can really help us as additions of complements to understand the way of doing sustainability justice in different ways, or future making in different way. So I am, let me briefly put this in context by presenting sort of some of the small stories I work with. And first of all, there's the Caribbean, also a topic I'm passionate about. And I think that is critical, actually, the way that we think about sustainability, considering that this is a place where human and non-human populations have coexisted or sometimes clashed, and for centuries, especially since the process of conquest and colonization. But also this is a place that is feeling disproportionately the burden of climate change, with soil erosion, sea level rise, worsening of atmospheric phenomena, etc. But this is a critical place also where there was already a massive transition, a massive energy transition that took place when the fossil fuels, they replaced actually the enslaved people who were like living energy to fuel the plantation. So as we know, like the transition from slavery to fossil fuels did not address the dehumanization that made possible the plantation system in the first place. So it is important that when we talk about other narratives of futurity, such as the shift from fossil fuels to greener energy, we take considerations of these stories, right, to avoid all these harmful repetitions. And within this Caribbean stories, I'm particularly interested in how trans and queer communities, they imagine and reimagine sustainability. And we know already that gender justice and climate action feature prominently in sustainability goals, number 5 and 13. However, there's still much to learn about the way that they interact among each other. And I kind of argue that storytelling is a way of understanding these complexities and interconnections. So I approach these stories from a very interdisciplinary lens, and I combine methods and theories from many different fields, especially from the environmental humanities, literary studies, visual analysis, future and sustainability studies, Caribbean studies, queer, trans scholarship, and so on. And in cultural studies, we work with metaphors and with concepts that can help us to think about crises and issues in a different way, from different perspectives. And as you can see here, for example, Barbadian artist Ada Patterson, who also was here in Trondheim, thanks to these fundings and work that Hanya and others do. In these images, Patterson, for example, rejects the monoculture of the plantation, as you can see on my right, lifting as if almost saving or trying to protect the land, eroded land, by the plantation system. And in this still image from video, it reads, "We keep beating the land." And instead, she asks us to think together with the mangrove and other systems of knowledge, a rhizomatic structure that foster biodiversity and cooperation, right? And the text reads, "The mangrove moves, and now must we." So what I've learned with these stories is that for Caribbean trans and queer creators, sustainability means healthy environment, but also safety. Safe spaces for being oneself, where human and non-human habitants can thrive, listening to each other and the landscape, ending any forms of oppression and understanding the specific interconnected relations at each space. So these diverse communities imagine, as you can figure, diverse futures against an oppressive and extractive monoculture of the future. So another important part of my PhD journey has been joining numerous communities of knowledge. And for example, all of my publications today have been in conversation with interdisciplinary communities, creating dialogues and locating this research in like broader context. So you can see a few examples here. I, for example, co-edited a special issue on tropical futurisms, which I think is quite relevant if we think about these heat waves and how tropicality is being reconfigured. So also wrote some reflection pieces and open eds on green colonialism and energy transition, bridging Norway and Latin America, for example, here at the bottom. And very related to this have been co-organizing these public-facing events, some of which Hania alluded to. In 2023, together with colleagues from anthropology and Latin America Grupperna, we co-hosted 2-day conversations between indigenous Sami and Mapuche activists that were discussing the challenges of green technology and how the narratives that corporations use to undermine their struggle. So we ask what sustainability means when green transition does not account for indigenous concerns. And this was a Alignment moment, like building futures together in the room and within the community, and rejecting, as Mapuche leader Machimieda explained, a progress of misery, referring to the loss of biodiversity, the loss of access to natural and cultural resources in their communities brought by these green technologies. So we chose instead other technologies like caring for each other. Also, with colleagues from NTNU's Art Academy, we met regularly, reflect on the importance of making futures together through collective storytelling in this project group called Futuring Together. And we put these ideas in practice at NTNU's Artistic Research Week and storytelling game, playing future narratives together. So local students and community members, they came together co-writing stories and like reclaiming an agency in transforming their locality, like Trondheim. So I've been extremely lucky and to have the funding to do these many things, and funding is something we do not take for granted in the humanities. And as I brought a little overview and what I've done with these funds, I've worked toward the completion of my doctoral dissertation, which is a fancy way of saying I'm not done yet. I participated co-hosting and organizing many public hosted events, academic publishing, but also for wider audiences, numerous international courses, and especially gained a lot of experience like in activities like teaching, which was quite important for me and a valuable opportunity to workshop some of these ideas with the students and to actually help them to integrate it into their own practice. So I've learned many lessons from these communities, and if I had to pick a few, I would say that first of all, it is clear that if we want to change these bigger infrastructures, we first need to change our relations with ourselves as a species, as well as with others, but also that there are no separate struggles. But actually one against racism, gender violence, colonialism, environmental injustice, or ecocide, because all of them are detrimental to life in general. So finally, many of these knowledge makers, they agree and stress on the fact that collective survival and flourishing need of our species and our planet requires the imagination of many biodiverse communities. Thank you very much. Also, we have left on your tables some questions that you can maybe discuss now or later for reflections about some integration of some of these practices into your own work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isabel. Please don't forget to go in the magic box. I think Hannah forgot hers. Yeah. Okay, so now your head, I presume, is even fuller. Perhaps you're even more confused than you were. So now we need to collectively fix this state of mind. And we are doing this in the exact way as we did before lunch. So now we have 20 minutes, and your task on the tables, find 3 keywords that sum up what you are feeling right now. So we are now live screen. The keywords are coming in, so please, as you are able to conclude or vote or whatever the process is in the group, send your keywords and we'll see them on the screen. Holdt en pause. Okay, so you're working very intensively. We see that people are now in the focus of your attention. I'll leave you to it a couple of more minutes, and then you have deserved a break. There are some refreshments outside. And when we come back, we are going into the last session of presentations, and then we will have a focus on circular economy, which is a really big buzzword. What does it mean in reality? So, you can go to break now if you're satisfied, or sum up and put some extra words on the screen, but you are free to go if you want to. We start again exactly 14:30 sharp. Is that a deal? That's a social contract between me and you? Okay. Okay, then we are ready to start the last session of presentations from SusRes projects. And now we have a potentially explosive mix, batteries and buildings. If you Google that, then I think you will find quite many dramatic videos. But today we are not going to end in an explosion. We are going to end in hopefully productive synthesis of 2 of the projects in SusRes that has been most heavily involved in the circular economy, and that is a buzzword that is everywhere, almost like sustainability. But hopefully we will have some more substance after these presentations. So the first speaker is Daniel, and we have been working earlier on the same program, Industrial Ecology Program. And he is a stand-in for Pasi Alto, who is leading the Circular City project. So Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stig. Oh, that is loud. Yeah. Very nice to be here. So one of the main goals of sustainability in general, and also of SusRes, in my understanding, is how can we achieve a high quality of life for everybody within the limits of the planet. And one of the biggest challenges of this has been long addressed is climate change. And climate change mitigation has long been understood as a problem of transforming the energy system. But then it became obvious that if we do this, we have actually a problem shift from energy to materials. And we have this problem shift for 2 reasons. On the one side, the production of materials is one of the most energy-consuming processes, and also one of the most CO2 emitting processes. So we have to do something about the way how we use materials, and most of these materials are used in built environment, in buildings, infrastructures, and so on. And the second problem is that for a lot of the new technologies that we need, for new energy technologies and new transport technologies, we depend on new materials in large amounts. And many of these materials are critical. So they are difficult to access, and this leads to geopolitical tensions. So this is an additional problem that we have to face, and this problem is becoming very obvious in the case of batteries, so the second project that we are dealing with. And both of these challenges can actually be addressed through a circular economy. And I'm now going to give you an introduction into the Circular City project, and afterwards Sulalit will then introduce the batteries project. So these are the participants of our project. You see it's quite a lot. We were able to use the Circular City project as a platform to include also a lot of other students and researchers that were benefiting actually from the activities that are then bundled within this project. And also included were a lot of master students that gave even more activity. I see that the Romain Billy is actually missing here, so we have to adjust this slide for further use. What has been done here? We have these 4 PhD students, Beatrice, Georgios, Niels, and Lombe, that were financed by the project. And they were all analyzing essentially how can we better understand buildings as a resource for the future, also as an urban resource. And they have developed different tools for exploring the urban mine. But also how can we change the relationship between the people and the buildings and the neighborhoods, which is somehow all combined in a circular economy. In terms of the things, I would like to mention only one topic that is extremely important, I think, and that is the transdisciplinary work. We have discussed a lot about interdisciplinary work, that discuss how can different disciplines cooperate with each other. And this was one of the struggles that we were facing. But in addition, we had a lot of attempts to engage more with stakeholders from industry, with public administration, and also with civil society. And that was a very important challenge that we were trying to address, and we have come to some extent a little bit further there. Goals of the project. One is to make it easier to investigate existing building stock. This is about combining different tools and different data in new ways to get new insights. And we want to make sure that studies accumulate over time. This is really important because we have an experience that all the students start kind of from scratch and reinvent the wheel, but there is a lack of possibility to build on each other's work, not only within the project, but also over longer term. So this was an important goal, and then also to lower the threshold to join the project. Here we felt it is important to stimulate a creative work environment that makes it attractive for other people to join. Benefits for the society, we would like to lower the risk to invest and participate in circular economy. Democratic access to the knowledge and participatory decision-making, and also long-term perspectives. I forgot my glasses, and so I cannot read the notes here. That's why I have to look there. So sorry for this. Dynamics of the building stock. So the last point is relevant because understanding the dynamics of the building stocks allows us to anticipate actions that we take now. What are the impacts when we would like to demolish or reuse, repurpose or recycle materials? So we can anticipate challenges of the future, and we can then also avoid them or develop infrastructures and procedures that help us to address this more effectively. And then lastly, what are things that we would like to continue from the work that we have done so far? So the first point is it is extremely important to develop something like a digital infrastructure that helps us to collect the data and the tools that have been developed by different researchers. And the idea here is that all the researchers at NTNU that are working with these data or tools, they can access them, but they have to also contribute their own data and tools to this infrastructure so that it can become a living and growing organism. Then the second point is to consolidate long-term development. We have started now a project, a cooperation between architecture, geography, structural engineering, digital twins development, and industrial ecology. And I think this is a very fruitful combination of topics. And I think we have been able to scratch on the surface of this cooperation, but I think there is much room to actually deepen this cooperation. We all lack a good overview to really find out how to do this further. And then finally, establish onboarding mechanisms for new researcher students, courses, projects, and I would add also practitioners. So I think in the way we are approaching transdisciplinary research, we are just struggling our way forward, and it works somehow, but we lack actually tools and guidance and an understanding of what works and what doesn't work. And I think that would be very important that we can become more conscious and systematic in the way how we develop transdisciplinary research projects. This is all from my side, and now I would like to give the word to Beatrice, who is talking more about the interaction between people and buildings.
Hello. Hi. I'll just try to remove this. Yeah, like that, it's better. Yeah. Okay. So, as Daniel said, we are a very broad team in our research, and yeah, we were spanning from hard sciences to planning and human geography, and so we all had different approaches, different tools, different methods to look at the city. But yeah, we all had one common goal, was to see how we could implement more circularity in this city, and try to understand how the city works. And so for me, with an architecture background, I was interested in two main things. The first one was to understand the actors and how the actors at the, or circularity at an actor level, how they interact, who can do what in the city, and who can act for a sustainable urban transformation. And another thing that was interesting was to look into architectural qualities, because they surround us, and try to think about what are the qualities that are discarded, or what are the qualities that we will take with us when we try to implement circularity. So this is me exploring the city, and I had to find a way to start collecting data and to start understanding urban transformation. So I decided to look first into demolition. And we were actually several students looking into this same topic of demolition with a different lens. So we had different methods to approach this, but we all noticed that in Trondheim there's a lot of demolition at many different places, and sometimes buildings are demolished when they're still in a very good state. And this is me a little bit astonished, because some buildings are in very good conditions and they get demolished after only 20 years. Some other, the same type, but at a different place, would be demolished after 40 years. Some might live forever. And then I started to wonder why is that happening? And then I thought, yeah, we could maybe look into different narratives of urban transformation and try to understand what happens after a project is demolished, what comes at the place of the building, and who decides what. So here I am trying to understand different narratives of this urban transformation or sustainable urban transformation. But then I'm thinking, yes, what sustainable urban transformation? What does it mean, and for whom? Because it's such a broad term that everyone can find their can be attached to it, right? Say, yeah, I am sustainable and I do that in that way, and this is sustainable. So this is me reading some narratives and thinking, yeah, okay, so this person here said that they're not really against densification, but maybe not right here, right? And this other person said, yeah, this new building will be amazing and this would put the neighborhood on the map, you know, but that was strange because the neighborhood was already on the map. So I collected many narratives, and then I realized that there's two main narratives of transformations in Trondheim, and this is a very caricatural way to represent it. But on one side, we could have people that will advocate for a very efficient use of land and of resources with these buildings that ticks all the boxes, you know, and it's really amazing, and they implement all of these great sustainable solutions. But that asks some questions if it's pushed to extreme, and what is the room we have for other stuff to grow, like a new identity or a community value and so on. And on the other side, we have another extreme, which also sounds really amazing, because here they're not going to demolish anything, and they're not going to build anything, and they're just going to care and repair their buildings. So, and they share resources and tools and meals and so on, and this sounds really great. It sounds so great that we could maybe all live like that. But is this possible, right? This also asks some questions. Yeah, so in my head, I know in my head it looked a little bit like that. So some people really advocating for an efficiency of resources, and some people really thinking that we need a sufficiency of needs. And sometimes along the way, some people also switched ideas and thought, yeah, after all, this is maybe good. And then, yeah, maybe this happens. So yeah, it's more complex than that. This is just a caricature of it. But the idea is that if we don't want this to happen, we should try to find a balance between values, or among values and qualities. And this is actually not so surprising, because when we look at all the scales that we have to work with and the actors that are implicated in a city, of course, there's some imbalances sometimes. Anyway, if we want to design with circularity and with or for circularity of the built environment, we also have to take into account that we cannot act on one element without influencing the other. So everything is kind of really intertwined, and it's very complex. But that's good because we're a broad team of researchers. So yeah. So that was like one work we've been doing, and then we've been also collecting data and mapping them. So we also used other type of data about buildings, and I thought that I could show you some maps. Well, actually, we don't see the color of the water, but that's okay. We can guess. We know Trondheim. So yeah, some maps to show a bit what type of data we've been collecting among PhDs in the project. And this is some data about buildings and the age of buildings. So it's interesting because we see, so the blue buildings are the oldest and the red the newest. And we also see that some buildings are not on the map somehow. So I can't see NTNU, Gløs, and I can't see Festningen, and I cannot see the church as well, Nidarosdomen. So this tells us also about the missing data we can be looking for and think, okay, why are we missing data? How is it structured, and how has it been registered in the system? I've been looking on demolition, so this is another map of demolition and where it happens in Trondheim, or where it has happened in the past 10 years. So yeah, we can see that a lot of big buildings have been demolished, or we can see the specific areas where it has been happening. And color is really, it's okay. And this is also like a map about the transformation that has been happening. So all the buildings that have had extension or a top-up, or that has been transformed. So a lot of things are happening in Trondheim. As we were many students, we thought, okay, how can we use those data and how can we build scenario with it? And a big part of our common project was to think about scenarios. And when we think about scenarios, or as Daniel said, it's very important to understand the present and the past to think about how we can forecast the future. And when we think about it, it sounds, oh yeah, okay, that was pretty straightforward. But a colleague has been, or some colleagues has been working on stock dynamics a lot, and try to see how the context, the historical context, actually really impact the scenarios we're going to make. So again, about demolition, we have some colleagues that have been looking at how different events through history, so fire, wars, modernist plans or preservation acts in Trondheim have impacted highly the rate of demolition in some areas. And the same type of building can last forever or be demolished within centuries or decades or a year. And I've been also saying that we were lacking some data, so we had to find a way to gather them with new methods. And again, I'm talking about the work of other colleagues because I'm trying to gather everything that we have done in the project. And so other colleagues still working with stock dynamics, they tried to think about another method to collect those missing data, and they used orthophotos, or like fly photos, machine learning to try to extract all those missing buildings that were not registered in this, were not digitized, and not registered in the system, and to map them faster. So yeah, that was some of the work we have been doing, and I will give the floor to the next colleague.
So hello also from me. So as Beatrice and Daniel were discussing already, it was very important to see different scales, so not just the building, but also the city, and then the built environment, as Daniel was mentioning. It's not about buildings, but it's also about the infrastructure around the building. So it's also roads and things that will bring us for or connect the different buildings. So there was an analysis then from colleagues also to understand the current, let's say, situation in Trondheim and the different typologies and ways of building. So there are neighborhoods that are more dense and central, that are better connected through public transportation, and thus that means that they need, let's say, less road surface per capita, while others that are more sparse and like a different type of living that will need more transportation costs and infrastructure to be built. This would lead, of course, to a study from a different colleague that was focusing on the material needs in order to develop new roads. So in that way, the idea is like the aggregates that are needed to build this new infrastructure is like almost 40% in Norway has been used only for building roads in 2021. So this leads then to a synthesis like if we would like to have somehow, this is an inference of those two studies together, so that somehow a more densified central polycentric city that is served by public transportation could lead to less needs for building extra streets. And then the next step was also to go to the building level. And the idea is also here, if we are talking about circularity, that we need information that is going like more into the high granularity. So we need information about the components in buildings so that we can understand if those can be reused or integrated in design processes or in future buildings. So we were all studying to look at different data that were available, including regulations and historical regulations in different periods in history, to understand what is the difference, what drives the material use in buildings. So we were mostly focusing on timber in residential buildings, because this is, let's say, in Trondheim, one of the main, or the dominant typology of building in terms of numbers. And the timber also contains somehow some potential to be easier reused, because let's say it's if the quality is good, then we could easier take it apart and then reuse it. And all those studies were somehow connected to each other. So there is also a study from another colleague that is quantifying the material in existing buildings, and also tries to deal with uncertainties and to reduce a bit the risk about, okay, how sure we are about that we really can expect this information or this amount of material that contains this kind of quality. And then all this is serving as like input to develop more, let's say, digitalized information about existing buildings. So all this can become like an input to develop BIM models, so 3D digital models that contain high granularity information, so that we can arrive to georeferenced information in space, containing a lot of information about the building components, elements, and all the different data that we managed to develop, to integrate, and to So again, what we found out through those through these experiments and studies is like context matters. Because we found out that so buildings are very much following regulations, and regulations are very different for each context. So if it's a high up in the mountain or a specific situation, then this will mean that the building needs to follow different regulations. So that means that if we consider buildings only in terms of use or Like if it's a detached house and if it's built in that period, it doesn't mean that another building that it's maybe 1 kilometer away is the same. No, it's different. And as Beatrice was saying, also demolition and the lifespan of buildings is very much dependent on the context, not just geographically, but also the historical context. So what is the dynamic in society in that moment and in specific areas? So then all this somehow is we are trying to deal also how we can reduce this complexity and how we can make all this information accessible and to develop tools to support, let's say, moving from this kind of approach that actors and stakeholders are following a hierarchical approach so that they are like one follows the other. So we try a bit to shift a bit the order so that we, instead of one following the other, to bring them into discussion while they are developing and designing. And for this, as I said, we try to develop different digital tools. Some of them are focusing again on very developing design solutions about elements of roof elements based on specific information, such as context-wise, and also information about how this building that we want to build will look like, what kind of span, length, and so on and so forth. And based on regulations, to automate, let's say, based on specific amount of material that it's available, what kind of optimal solution we could automate and design a truss, in this case, that fulfills the requirements so that this actually can be built. And how then this becomes an output as an open data format that can be used by others later on. Then there is another tool that it's about focusing on how we could actually investigate what is the situation in the city and combine, let's say, different actors, in this case, citizens, urban planners, or municipality and the architect. So what if, in this case, the municipality can dynamically map and mark the buildings that are planned for demolition and the date that the material will be available, so that then other actors could look on this database live and investigate what is available in the city or what will be released and when. So in this case, the urban planner demolishes or marks some buildings for demolition, and then the architect is investigating, okay, if I want to build in that area, how much material will be available for me to, and then that this thing reduces a bit. So the idea was like to integrate AI because it's part of, it's around us a lot. So we try a bit to see also what is the potential to use those tools to facilitate, let's say, or to reduce the technological barriers so that we open up this whole discussion so that everyone without specific technological knowledge could just type in language, normal language, somehow any question, and then get a feedback. Then another tool is looking again, so it's going to the building level now. So again, the architect working in their own design software, they can still investigate and access the data that the city or the planner released, and then design a building, in this case, this timber frame building, and then check the availability around the city based on specific radius. So they say, because this model is geo-referenced, we can change and say, okay, look around 5 kilometers from this place, what is available? And then that we can mark the elements that are available within this radius that fit. So with green, it's available, with red, it's not available, and then with orange, it's maybe available. And then other tools to somehow facilitate also the analysis and the assessment during the design process. So because we need to report a lot of numbers and then there are a lot of calculations that we need to do. So the idea is like how we can automate all those complex processes and focus on really on designing in order to understand better how we design and what is the impact of our decisions while we are designing. And this is an automation somehow of a future build circular index that they have been that they developed. So somehow is the integration of their tool into a design software in order to arrive to somehow this kind of understanding about buildings. So For each element, then, we can investigate, okay, this is the circularity index, this is the material that I would need extra, this is what will happen if the building will be demolished, this is the embodied carbon every element has. If I demolish the building, this is how much material I could recycle, and this is how much waste I will produce. And lastly, then once the building level analysis and design has been completed, we can link the information from all these design processes back to the city level so that the city model is updated, and then the urban planners or the municipality can check the different, so what has been reused, which were the donor buildings, how much is still available, what is the let's say the target to still reach the embodied the environmental goals that we set for each district. So it helps like somehow to reduce all those barriers, and then yeah, I'll just try to. So the idea is then how we develop those systems instead of just we as architects to design ourselves buildings. It's like how we design systems that enable others to design. So the idea here is to bridge, let's say, those two levels that are kind of separate. So we either do architecture or we do urban planning. So the idea is like how we then, the one affects the other. So how the way we design buildings affects the way we design cities, and how the way we design cities affects the way we design buildings. Yes, and so what is happening now or happened already? So in the future, the idea is like how to test those tools also in education, because we think that this is a very important way also to disseminate the research, but also to have an impact in society, because students, let's say, are one of them, as has been explained before, students are the future, so we need to see how we design with those new tools and to understand how all this digitalization affects the way knowledge is produced in this kind of design studios. And if there is new knowledge coming out, if it supports us to build and design better. So there is a connection also to Circular Studio, where students also design with existing buildings to increase their lifespan and to understand the existing qualities and to improve the impact in the local communities. The idea is also to integrate diverse data into the system so that we can have a bigger understanding of impacts about the built environment and biodiversity and other disciplines. And the idea is also to scale it up to other cities in Norway or even abroad, so that we can have a more global, let's say, picture of impact. So then the ideas we were saying, it's like this is an ongoing process, so it's not done because data changes and we always need more. So the idea is like to develop and establish a centralized or like a database that contains all this diverse data so that they can be used by others to inform their research and to develop their research. But then this needs to be published and share this into the back to the database so that then others can also make use of this, so that then this database can always be updated and can be like be used and fruitful for others. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I guess we will continue the journey from cities and buildings to things that can be put inside such buildings for repurposed batteries. So I'm going to take you a little bit through the project first, what we wanted to do. And then we have two PhD students from the project, Saad and Leander, who are going to explain the main results obtained as part of this project. So as we also saw in the Circular Cities presentation, that many of these electric cars in Norway, they are using batteries. And our project was focusing on such end-of-life batteries to understand holistically what we can do after the batteries have reached their end of life. And just to put things into context, this project was called HolE-LIB, which is for developing this holistic overview. And the first aspect of electric vehicle batteries is related to the design phase, whereby these batteries are typically designed for now 8 to 10 years. So one of the questions that we wanted to look at is that could one keep on using these batteries either in its own form or in a different purposed form, what we call as repurposed, and in that way extend the lifetime or the operational phase of the battery, which is a very important concept of a circular economy framework to intensify and extend the lifetime of products. So I will not steal away Leander's show, but he is going to come back with some of the most important findings from his PhD. However, if you have repurposed these batteries, they contain several important minerals or metals. And as we heard from Daniel, that for good and very well-being of society or good quality of life, materials are very important. And circularity of these materials are also very important. So if you look at a battery, typical lithium-ion battery contains lithium, which is around 2 weight percentage, but it also contains other metals such as cobalt, nickel, manganese, and graphite, which is a carbon source. Luckily, due to the changes in several regulations since when the project started, both with the new battery directives for EU as well as a Critical Raw Materials Act, most of these elements are on that EU's Critical Act, similar to other acts in other parts of the world. And that means it becomes very important to look at these materials not only in their design phase or production or use phase, but also after their use phase, because there is scarcity of these materials. Just to put things into context, the weight of a car battery is typically almost the same as 5 people's weight sitting in that car. And it contains, as I said, lithium, which is a very important element without which lithium-ion batteries would not work. And the fact is that 90% of this lithium is produced in countries such as Australia, Chile, and Argentina, which makes Europe the 2nd largest importer of lithium. And therefore, if we really want to have material circularity, it is important to recycle these materials. And the reasons when we started this project, why we started this project, is that the technologies that were available and still available are very expensive. And if you're going to recycle materials to produce battery-grade materials with a higher cost, it's not going to be techno-economically viable. So cost has to be reduced. But also, these batteries that are designed, there is a lot of complexity in the chemistry that comes in. And they come in different chemistries based on their use. So of late, we have more and more high nickel containing chemistries, also very much governed by the ethical mining concerns around cobalt, for example. The third reason why we entered into this project was that graphite at that point in time was, or still is not industrially recovered. So it was important for us to look at 2 important elements, which is lithium and the graphite, to develop this holistic overview. So one of the first PhDs who is graduating next week is Usman, who has been working on recovering lithium. And what we tried to challenge in this project is that lithium initially was recovered at much later stages, which means since it has the lowest value among the metals, nobody wanted to prioritize this. So as a research front, we tried to change this order, and I'll come back with some results at the end of the presentation. So as I said, Usman has been working on lithium from the Department of Chemical Engineering. And then we had another PhD who started, but later on quit. So we had a postdoc working at the Material Science Engineering Department on recovering the other metals. And we had another PhD from the Department of Geosciences working on recovering graphite. And the project is still ongoing. So I think I will pass on the next presentation to Saad, who is going to take you through sustainable business models that we have been developing for this project.
Thank you, Sulalit, for the introduction. I'm Saad, and I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Industrial Economics and Technology Management. And I'll be talking about the second life of batteries from a sustainable business model perspective. So I will take on a market perspective here. And we know that Sulalit also introduced that there's been a global uptake of electric vehicles in the recent years. And globally, and also in Norway, where 49 out of 50 new cars that were sold in 2025 were EVs. So that's a big amount of cars that are coming in the market. Just for reference, that's 97% of the new cars sold are EVs. And when I presented in NTNU Quill, this number was 88%. So we can see that this growth has been exponential in just 2 years. And it's been growing at a very rapid pace, and we see that it could become 100% in the coming years as well. And what the problem that Sulalit was also talking about is the lithium-ion battery. So it's an opportunity because we are moving from the internal combustion engines, but we are moving towards the cars that have these big lithium-ion batteries in them. And as Sulalit talked about, that once these batteries reached 80% to 70% of their capacity, they're not considered ideal to be used in the EVs anymore, according to the threshold that the automotive OEMs have set. So they no longer satisfy the performance and the range requirements in the car. So they are ideally taken out of the car to be used in another way. So there are like different pathways that these batteries can take. They're remanufacturing, in which case these batteries are remanufactured. Their BMS or their battery management system is tweaked a little bit, and it's reused in the same application as it was in before, like in a car, but with lower range requirements. Or it could be repurposed, which is it is taken out of the battery, it is taken out of the car, and its modules are remodified to be used in another application other than the car. For example, it could be energy storage systems. And then eventually it goes to the recycling phase. But in the image, it looks pretty straightforward, in which you just take the best battery first use, put it into repurposing, and then it's applied in a battery second use. But there are different questions to ask. Who collects these batteries? What are the firms that are in this value chain of the battery that are collecting the batteries once it's been used in the car? And then who tests these batteries? Who are the firms that are actually responsible for the state of health testing of these cars? What is the capacity left in these cars, in the batteries, etc. And then where is it to be deployed? And all of these stages in the battery life cycle is handled by different organizations, by different firms. And these different firms have to have a business logic to actually implement all of these pathways that the battery takes. And all of these firms have to have the sustainable business logic, sustainability integrated into the core logic on how they perform in the battery value chain. And researchers say that sustainability has to be the core component of this business logic, in which they just not think about only economic value, but also think about environmental and social values integrated into the core business logic. But these business models do not exist in isolation. They exist in an institutional context in which different business models are interacting and competing and are symbiotic or in a negative way as well in this big ecosystem of the batteries. Therefore, I use a sustainable business model research perspective, and also circular ecosystem perspective, and also in the context of second life of EV lithium-ion batteries. So based on this, I will just mention the first, one of the parts of my thesis in which we mapped the battery ecosystem of the Norwegian battery ecosystem, and we came up with like this complex. This is just to show the complexity of the ecosystem that is there, in which there are multiple actors that are collaborating with one another, that are building. They have these material flows, they have these data flows, information flows, and then they have these information or value exchange in which they're economic flows. So there are multiple actors that are collaborating with one another to actually produce, to get to this repurposing phase of the batteries. And then there's also ecosystem level of these things, in which there's governance and regulations, in which different institutions are also influencing how the battery value chain works. And we conceptualized into this map into upstream, midstream, and downstream phases, in which there's, in upstream, basically it's the battery supply, where there's retailers importing the cars from, for example, Germany, and then there's EPR companies, the external producer responsibility companies, that are also present there, and they're like collaborating in different ways. And then there's, of course, we have figured out what kind of challenges are present within each interaction and what kind of interventions that are needed. So I'll just break down these phases a little bit. So in the upstream phase, like I said, the battery producer produces the battery in collaboration with automotive OEMs such as Mercedes or BMW, for example, and then they are imported in the Norwegian ecosystem by the retailer, such as Müller-Bill, for example. And then the EPR has a responsibility to collect the battery once the EV user has done with the battery life. For example, the EV user then returns it back to the retailer, and then the retailer gives it to the EPR company, who is then responsible for the battery management. So there are like different business models that are present within this ecosystem as well. There's the OEM-driven repurposing business model, in which the OEM is responsible for the repurposing of the battery, in which they invest in the repurposing facilities, etc. And then there's a regulation-anchored collection and delivery business model of the EPR company, which basically gets the fee from the retailer once the retailer imports the battery, imports the car from different countries. And then there's also the dismantler business model, in which they are responsible for dismantling the car and also the battery, and then eventually that also goes to the logistics provider and the EPR. And then we come to the midstream phase, in which there's repurposer, who is actually building the second life battery products, such as energy storage systems, and then they're collaborating with an integrator, who is responsible for like building these electronic products and helping the repurposer with actually producing the battery components, the energy storage systems components. And then, of course, there's different challenges out there as well, in which there's increasing labor costs for treatment processes, and then we also derive different interventions that are needed at specific phases. So we see that there's three kinds of value chain structures that are present, in which there's one value chain structure that is driven by the OEM, in which the OEM takes responsibility of the car. And then we also see that there's repurposer-driven value chain structure, in which the repurposer actually takes the ownership of the battery and sees how it reaches the second life battery application stage of the battery. And then there's OEM control, which is not present yet, which was just proposed by the stakeholders, in which the OEM actually takes the ownership of the whole battery life cycle. So the big picture, we see that there's different business models that are associated with different value chain structures. So there's not just one definite dominant business model that's present in the battery value chain, but it's different business models depending on the control that the actor has, or the responsibility or the ownership that the actor has. And then we also see that there's co-value creation taking place, in which one business model is dependent or is influenced by other actors' business models. So for example, an OEM's business model is kind of influenced, the repurposer business model is kind of influenced by how their OEM business model works. So there's like collaboration going on in different phases of the in the Coke value creation activities. And then we also see that we need certain interventions like policy interventions in which we incentivize repurposing in order to make it more viable in the ecosystem. And we also see that there's data interventions needed, design interventions needed at different phases of the ecosystem to actually make it work. And then we see that this ecosystem is still emerging and evolving, and many of the things that the challenges we have identified and the interventions that we have identified may not be viable. They may be viable now and may not be viable in the future, or vice versa. As the ecosystem is still emerging, and we see that there's lots of exiting actors and also entering new entrants in the market as well. So coming to the last stage, where is it deployed and how do users perceive it? So the downstream phase would be explained more by Leander. Thank you.
Thank you. So building on the previous presentations, I will now zoom into the household context. And my research looks at repurposing EV lithium-ion batteries specifically for the household context. And the question I ask is not whether a battery can be repurposed, but whether people would actually accept it as part of their household. So Norway is a quite interesting concept for the context for this, because electricity is so central to the Norwegian household life. Most heating, appliances, EV charging and so on is based on electricity use. But in Norway, the self-consumption of electricity has so far been quite low. So not so much PV and so on. Photovoltaic on the rooftops, basically. But nevertheless, questions about the households becoming more exposed to electricity prices and also congestions in the grid, and also will the power actually be enough in the coming years. So this raises questions around flexibility and resilience in the grid. And this also creates a possible role for household energy storage. And this is something a repurposed lithium-ion battery from a car can actually fulfill. So it's possible to extend the life, as we have seen, up to 10 years in a sort of lower demanding application like the household. But of course, this would depend on would actually the household or the people living in a household accept this as a solution. So the household context is interesting, but of course also challenging. And a battery in a home is not just another device or something that you just install. It becomes part of the domestic environment, and people might have questions such as, is this safe? Who maintains this? What happens if something goes wrong? Will it save me money? And will I actually need to understand the technology myself? So while the technical feasibility on one hand exists, some market examples are also out there, but the adoption would ultimately depend on if the user is actually willing to accept this. So the simple question of my research is basically who would actually put a repurposed EV battery in their home, and maybe even more important, under what conditions would they be willing to do that? So at the very beginning of my research, we did an industry investigation. So we mapped opportunities and barriers in the Norwegian HolE-LIB industry. And there we found some opportunity areas for this. And this was, of course, actually at the time a demand for energy storage. This was around 22, straight after the Russian invasion, and there was a lot of interest in this field. But also, of course, resource concerns, as HolE-LIB has talked about, and also the potential to actually use more of the value that the car battery has before it's going to recycling. But of course, you also have clear barriers like safety concerns, responsibilities which are unclear, and also questions around who the user should trust in such a situation. And of course, a big challenge is also the very rapidly declining price of newer, maybe safer lithium-ion batteries. So from this, we developed 3 design research priorities coming in from design research. And the first was sort of the perceived need and motivation. Why should someone or would someone want such a solution in their household? The second was safety perceptions, and also the how one would access and maintain such a solution over the lifetime. And for this part of the research, it involved both surveys, user journey interviews, and we also did a media analysis of how EV batteries were framed in the Norwegian media. But today I'm only talking about the user journey interviews. So a key point in my research is that acceptance is not only something that the user has to develop at the point of purchase, it's something to maintain over the lifetime of the product. So in my research, I sort of had this lifetime perspective where you start with exploration, then you go on to the use phase, and then at the end, sort of when the user don't want or want to get rid of the product. And sort of one part of the findings is that acceptance is not sort of shaped by one single factor. It's shaped by several tensions across this user journey. And I won't explain all of the 8 today, but I will pick out 3 that sort of point to a pattern. And the first one is the green values vs price. And I think this is very known from also other parts of the research, where sort of people or the users have a very positive picture of repurposing lithium-ion batteries within the household, but price, of course, also have something to say. So sustainability alone is not enough to drive this as a product, for instance. The second is cloud automation and offline control. In my interviews, I had a lot of prosumers, also people that also produce energy and use it in their home themselves, and very technically interested. And of course, for them, this cloud automation is very important, to have a smart system in the home that can check for the weather and sort of manage how and when the batteries should charge and when it should be discharged, to optimize sort of the energy usage in the household. This was sort of one extreme I found, but on the other hand, I also found quite severe points of people didn't want to have all of this smartness. Actually, they wanted rather to have an offline system, also because of concerns like cybersecurity and also who is actually managing those platforms. That has been a very sort of salient thing in my data. And suggestions were also that maybe a repurposed battery is actually a way to go to sort of create something that could be more trustworthy than sort of some off-the-shelf solutions which are put on the shelf by big players from other places of the world. So it's, in that sense, the tension is not only sort of smart versus offline, but it's also some, can it be smart becoming another black box, basically. And the last one is, the third is ownership versus subscription. And generally, people are not so into subscription. A lot of the participants were actually saying no outright. This is nothing I want to pay a monthly sum for. But given this uncertainty around a repurposed lithium-ion battery as an energy storage system, people will actually move around on that and rather prefer subscription models given this uncertainty. So if that could be placed on a provider or another party, they were actually willing to do this. So given the context, it can actually also change some perceptions that people have from before. So together these tensions point to an underlying issue, and this is that households are not necessarily rejecting sort of repurposed batteries in their household, but it needs to be managed. It cannot be unmanaged uncertainty, so to say. So if I had to summarize with 3 keywords, then I would say like it's about value, trust, and responsibility. Value in the sense of it has to be financially attractive and also practical to have it in a household. Second, trust. Users are unlikely to sort of dig into battery chemistries, degradation or state of health and stuff like this. Instead, they would rely to something as testing, certification, and warranties. And lastly, it's responsibility. Users don't want to be left alone with the uncertainty of such a second life battery. So in sum, the household is sort of not a dead end for repurposing, but it's a demanding context, but also one where acceptance can be designed for if value, trust, and responsibility are designed in from the start. So with that, I think I will hand it back to SusRes. Thank you.
And as Leander said, that it probably will be repurposed and will have a longer lifetime. But if we were to just stockpile the end-of-life batteries, by the end of the decade, it would cover the entire B-Marka area in Trondheim. So we need to do materials recovery. And in this HolE-LIB, we have, as I said, we have made a paradigm shift in process development. So we have changed this from lithium being recovered at early stages to lithium, from late stages to lithium being recovered at early stages, still making it technically and economically viable. And I'll not go through all the results, but one thing that I wanted to show that we have very good understanding of how to recover graphite from the project, where we need to heat treat these batteries being crushed, which is called black mass. So you can crush them and make kind of a black powder, do some kind of heat treatment, and are able to recover almost 90% of the graphite. The other remarkable achievement of this project, so this is how black mass looks like, is that how we recover the lithium. And we have developed 3 main process flows. In one case, we have received, this was initial study, around 70% lithium recovery. By simply changing the starting material, which is a mild or a greener reagent or organic acids, we can go up to 92%. And the most substantial development in process is to take out lithium, as some of you might remember from the fishing expedition that Usman showed during one of these NTNU Quelled presentations, to fish out lithium from among all the metal ions, where we can go up to more than 90%. With that, I think I would like to leave behind certain open questions, because research and utilization of research needs to continue. New battery chemistries are coming, and the recycling process should take that into consideration. Plastics are not being recovered right now inside batteries. There's a lot of separator sheets. The electrolyte is not recovered, which is highly flammable. And we should look at more using AI, machine learning, and automatic ways of dismantling batteries. And finally, even not to dismantle to the material value, but to do it at a component level would be quite nice. So approaches for direct recycling would come up. And finally, I would conclude by just showing the team, which also expanded during the course of the project. And based on this HolE-LIB, we have also been developing other activities within recirculation of batteries. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So this has been a long day. You're still here. We have had to eat some of the time for the panel, but now I ask the panel to come on stage. So Lillian, Ole, and Caroline, please. We had planned to do this interactively with Slido, but due to the time constraints, we now effectivize a bit. So when you have questions to the panel, you come to the stage and ask them in a microphone. And I'm sorry you have to move because due to feedback, we need to keep the microphones on this side of the speakers. So, ja. Nei? Et tomt for batteri, kanskje? Do you hear me to the back? Yep, good. Okay, so thanks for coming. And you are then customers and producers of knowledge from NTNU, potential customers, I will say. And Lillian, we start with you. You have been on all sides of the table. Now you are in private sector, network, stimulator, enabler. And what have been your main sort of impressions from the day?
I wanted to say that, yes, I'm free to dance on the table now because I've been on all sides. My main impression is, first of all, thank you to all of you who have spent years of your life to develop into sustainability issues, and not the least that you have come here, at least those PhD candidates that are not native Norwegian. I want to thank you for coming here. It's a great benefit for us. My main takeaway is that we have the potential to maybe strengthen the innovation system more. So seen from outside, you are all parts of the Norwegian research and innovation system, and that is also an ecosystem and a value chain. And for many of you, you are in many ways self-employed. You have to make a career for yourself. You have to think about what your topic is and if it's relevant and what your next job is. And I think our common task is to ensure that the R&D innovation system works, so that it works for you as an individual and that it also works for the sustainability transition for Norway and also internationally. So I'm very happy that we have an international community and we need to make the most of it. We have a ways to go there still, I think.
So, Ole, you come from a municipality in rural Norway, and you landed in this big sustainability overdose, let's say. So, how do you feel now? How is the relevance from all of these discussions, concepts that have been in the air today, for you as a mayor of HolE-LIB?
Well, first of all, thank you for being a part of this. Yes, I'm a mayor of a municipality in rural part of Norway, in the region of Namdalen. And we can say about Namdalen, it's a third of the area of Trøndelag, but has just a population of 35,000. It's a part of Trondheim. And if you see Trøndelag in total, the half of the citizens in Trøndelag lives in Trondheim, and the rest is in the other 36 municipalities. And much of the regulations or the rules or how you look at sustainability or how you should do it are based on what you experience and see and you focus on in Trondheim. And then we scale down things in the other part of the municipalities and the rest of the area around us. And then we have to face it because then we are struggling to how we should achieve something. If you're doing it the opposite way, if we could look at the rural area and look at the total bit and make the things we could do about it from there, we can make it totally different. Because then we can do, like I'm now a politician, we could do something about the regulations, we could do something about the laws, we could do something about how we should do things, because everything I've seen here today, we take a look at pieces, big pieces, but it's all about pieces and put them together. We also have to look at the very top of it. So I would like to have a part of the total study of the rural area in a sustainable way, not just part of it.
So, Carolina, this easily lands on your table. You are the director of one of the strategic areas at NTNU now, one of the new ones after the life of TSO sustainability. And I read that some of the challenges coming here is focusing on methods and sort of what we as researchers allow ourselves to do. How dirty can we get on our fingers before our colleagues start to get stiff necks and strange looks? So how will you respond to that challenge?
Well, that was quite a challenge. First of all, I want to congratulate you with this great day. It's really inspiring. Well, I'm pretty old myself, so I can say it's very inspiring to listen to young people, which are so good in presenting and so to the point. So that is really promising for the future. The other thing, which is also promising, is that there are some grown-ups around. Because a PhD has a limited timeline. You're supposed to fit into a PhD program. You can be innovative or challenging, but not that challenging, because you are supposed to pass a deadline in 3 or 4 years where you get your PhD approved and defend at your dissertation. So a lot of these challenges that we are dealing with, and a lot of the inter and transdisciplinarity that we are facing, we need to be a team. So around these young people, there needs to be grown-ups or old people like me with some experience who are kind of perhaps in a different position to be bold and to challenge oneself and the colleagues, because this is a joint venture. So today has been mainly about PhDs, impressive, but I'm happy to see that there are more people on board. And then regarding methods, I often remind myself that the university has a lot of responsibilities and duties. Research is clearly half of it. The other half, more or less, is education. And sustainability is supposed to flow into both those strands. But we also need to have room for basic research, for theoretical development, for groundbreaking research. So I guess my message to try to land this now is that we need to be open-minded and agree where we cooperate with a lot of actors outside academia and where we don't, because we can't do it all. But to have an open mind and to sort of focus on what you can do together with relevant people, that's important, but also to do the other stuff that we need to do. So not be tempted to sort of solve everything at the same time, because interdisciplinarity and not least transdisciplinarity takes time and it takes trust. I think one of the last ones who spoke said values, trust, and was it responsibility? I mean, those 3 words are really good takeaways. Thank you.
So, Lilian, a hypothetical exercise here now. NTNU and you as taxpayers have spent almost, I think, 120 million Norwegian kroners on SusRes. So if you had those money on your table and your sole goal was to change practices in a more sustainable direction, what would you do differently?
Well, to change practices is a bit down the value chain, I would say, in terms of sustainability transitions, for those of you who are theoretically inclined. One of my main things, I think, which I would have done differently, is to integrate politics more into the studies. One of the questions we got was, what is your impression, or how can academia and sustainability research actually help drive the transitions? And the impression, as we all know, is many things have become a part of cultural war, including a lot of sustainability issues are part of a cultural war, which means that it's not necessarily knowledge that drive the transitions anymore. In fact, there is an inflation in information, which also maybe reduces the value of knowledge, unfortunately. But I think universities need to really take this into account, because unfortunately, it reduces the value of research and of knowledge. And also sustainability research needs to take this into account. I think the university and research industry, in fact, will be facing major challenges in the next 10 years. So AI doesn't only affect people employed in banks or in other parts of the society, definitely this sector. So back to the question, the dynamics between knowledge producing and reproducing and politics needs to be seen more at. I was thinking about that when was this the digital that part of the sessions. You know, there's so much that has happened in the last 5 years that drive this reduction or questions the value of empirically based, scientifically based knowledge. That needs to be dealt with in a much more systematic way, because it also addresses some fundamental challenges that the university sector will be facing. It is about the legitimacy of then spending 100 million crowns in research. I don't know if you can do that in 10 years. Or let's see.
Yep. So you were talking about in your emails about this capacity for change, to build capacity for change. So our way of meeting this obligation for impact, that SusRes was supposed to have a larger impact than original or a standard research program. We try to educate our candidates into communicating their findings in an efficient way. And I think today has shown that that has been a really valuable investment from NTNU, but that is sort of only the first step on the ladder. So where does the university responsibility stop in that sense to enable actual change?
Well, communication is only effective if somebody is listening. I mean, there are many things that need to happen in terms, or for communication actually to be successful. But yes, it is a challenge that people like me, who work in the private sector now, I don't have hours paid to sit here for a day to listen. And maybe the issue is also not really, actually I think, let me put it like this, it's much more worth for me to have a 1-hour discussion with Beatrice rather than reading her report. So the vehicle for the knowledge, so you, the person, is much more interesting to me than the content of what you're saying. So I'd rather have a meeting with you and discuss for 2 hours, like me and Daniel often do. I have collaborations with many people here. Then I spend time listening to talks or reading articles. Capacity means, I think that's one of our challenges in Norway. We know what we need to do. We know where to find the information, but we don't have the capacity in terms of people or resources to actually implement it. So I think that's partly where it stops, because your incentive structure is to communicate and to publish, but there is a black box there, which means that implementation, unfortunately, often doesn't take place.
So, Oliver, if you would look at all your relationships with academia in your history, where do you see that things have been the most useful for a municipality? So what has been sort of the good examples, and where do we face shortcomings, seen from your perspective?
I have cooperated with NTNU over several years. I was leader for an industrial park some years before becoming a major. And then we had the cooperation in both architecture, sustainable architecture, but also about how is it about society that we could progress or making the society do what you like to do. Because it's all about what the citizen, a citizen is living in a municipality. It's from the birth to the death. And the municipality is responsible. But where is the difference, or where you cross the line from what you can give from your services to what expectation the citizen have? This drawing or this line has been adjusted the last years, and it's still increasing. Now we are facing a situation where the number of people in Norway is increasing, but it's the people over 60 years. There are fewer people in the working age, and the youngsters are also decreasing. So there are fewer people taking care of more people. And then on top of that, we are reducing oil and gas income in Norway. And it's about, we have this 70% of all the people in the working should be in the private sector, rest in the public sector. How are we going to solve that, especially in the rural area where we have all this distance, where we have to restructure the municipalities? And it's in those spaces we should be participating a lot with NTNU in how should this, especially rural municipalities, organize themselves, how should they make the politics about new rules. A municipality like HolE-LIB, we are compared in the same way as Trondheim. We have about 1,500, 1,600 rules, demands, and every municipality in Norway, including Trondheim, breaks some laws every day. And it's about, and we have 357 municipalities, and there are about 130 companies who are controlling these municipalities. It's strange how we are more and more controlling the other one actually doing its work instead of making sure how we should do it. We are making structures before we are looking of what is it inside it. So we have to think quite different in those matters. And that is a crucial point at the moment for especially the rural municipalities.
So earlier we heard about a PhD who is not here, giving the clear advice that if he was going to spend a lot of time on influencing society in a positive way to do popular science dissemination, he didn't find the incentive structures within his PhD run of 4 years to do that enough. And then the question goes to you, Karoline, about incentives. So we struggle to find incentives to do popular science dissemination. But what are the incentives to go out in society and contribute to actual change? What do we need to do differently in academia to fight this war of incentives?
Well, that's a huge question. I think that if you are into the applied research business, which we have been talking about today, sort of attacking the wicked problems, together with other actors outside academia, I think it is important to start right from the beginning to think how you would like to disseminate and spread the word and communicate. And for researchers to be bold enough to even communicate what you haven't found out really yet. So sort of to communicate the process and the journey. And I think it's important to do that together with other stakeholders like municipalities, like industry, and then perhaps also to fight this sort of paralyzing fight against disinformation and fake news, which you pointed to, which I think is very important. And I just last year I was in a sort of a I was listening to a roundtable discussion with the big actors in industry and in oil and gas and also municipalities, and everybody agreed that it is sort of the disinformation and the faulty notions or ideas that people in general, not only stakeholders, but people in general have about science and what is sort of evidence and what is solid science. We need to do that together. So it's not a quick answer to sort of to provide resources for people to disseminate and communicate, but to put that on the table right from the start, not like it was in the old days that someone ran after you had finished your PhD or your articles and said, whoa, you should tell about this to the rest of the world. Well, my money has run out. So to really highlight it from the start, that's one thing at least.
Yes, talking about running out, so we are soon running out of time, but I will leave it to our external customers to give one final advice to NTNU. What should we do to meet your expectations in a better way?
I wanted to pick up on what you said, and it's partly an answer to that as well. The good thing about what's happening now and what the expectations are is that it's better to participate than to communicate, seen from the external customer point of view. Because after 4 years, when you are done and after you've finished your research, the world has probably moved on, and that's the thing. This is fresh goods. The data and the knowledge is always moves. It's very frustrating. I know as a PhD candidate that the target is moving all the time because the world changes, which means that participating, being an active part of an ecosystem, trying to develop new solutions means that you can communicate by participating and collaborating with external stakeholders that need your information, rather than focusing on communicating kind of when you're done or your results. I think the process and the methods from research are often what's needed around the table when you discuss with industry or public policy, as much as the result of your empirical work. So I think participation as much as communication would be my advice.
We'll agree a lot of that and participate in projects and cooperation, not just at the stakeholders, but with, and that means also physical at their location. So I invite you. We make an NTNU lab at Thailand right away.
Okay, with that, I think we have reached the end for today. Thanks a lot to the panel. Thanks a lot to the audience for active engagements, and thanks to those who followed us on stream. And to quote a very famous person, this is not the end. Perhaps it's the end of the beginning of a new area for sustainability and positive change in society. I wish you a very safe trip home, and thanks for the participation today. And that's the end for today. Thank you.